Hello, everybody, and happy Paranormal Friday night. Welcome back to the cafe
Hey,
with
what's up?
Dago and Miss Andy Squatch. Hello, Andy. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sitting here with my friends, just waiting to see what happens tonight. And I want to thank you for joining me tonight, my dear. I hope you're feeling better.
I'm
And
hanging in there.
if you're feeling like you can't stay up here, I understand completely. So it's good. It's good. Welcome everybody to Paranormal Friday at the True Crime Cafe with Dago and Miss Andy. Appreciate you guys for joining us. And I hope you're all having a great night tonight. Thank you guys for joining us for the show earlier. With Arctic there, it was great to have Arctic back and have him on panel as well. I always enjoy doing that with him. I think we had a good conversation about the possibilities of what could be or has been going on in Sebastian Rogers' case. And that was it for tonight with True Crime, guys. We're decompressing, we're moving on, and we're doing the true story behind the movie Fire in the Sky about alien abduction. It's based on actual true events with a gentleman by the name of Travis Walton. That's the main focus of tonight. And we may get into some other pieces of convo about this, but we'll see what happens. It's a very interesting story, and it again, if if it's true, which it's very hard to believe it's not, based on a lot of the things that have happened in it, that it's hard to believe it's not true. So just saying, it's hard. There's a couple stories out there that I've heard about alien abduction that I just couldn't turn my back on. There's a few that are just like, okay, and I got a thumb growing on my forehead, but if you say so, we'll go with that story. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, it's quite interesting. And thank you again,
There's
Andy.
this one and the Barney and Betty Hill. Those are the ones that I
Yeah, those
feel
are
the
the main.
most legit.
Yes. Yeah. And there is that one we talked about earlier. I can't
From Manhattan. I got to look it up again. I forget what her name was.
I can't remember either, but it's interesting. There's a lot of stories out there. There's a lot of abduction stories. There's a lot of probing and alien surgeries and alien probing and all that stuff. I've heard tons and tons and tons of them. I know you have too. This one, oh, and the basis of Close Encounters of the Third Kind was kind of based on factual information. It was thrown together with bits and pieces of stuff. Okay, and the Fourth Kind, again, something else that was thrown together with bits and pieces of things, but it's mostly fictional. This here is based on, from my understanding in the documentary I watched, it's based on almost completely everything about it was based on true events, which is crazy to believe if you're not a believer, folks. And as Fox Mulder always proclaimed, I want to believe.
The truth is out there.
And the truth is out there, yes. That's a direct quote from a poster and a comment from the X-Files. One of the best shows ever made, ever in life.
Heck yeah, it is. That's one of those shows that it's like, I call it my comfort show. Like when I'm stressed out and I need something to watch and I can't decide what to watch, I either go to X-Files, Supernatural, or The Golden Girls.
Or Ancient Aliens. Those are we're not Golden Girls. Or actually, my other show that's like that would be Murder, She Wrote. I watch that too, if I'm, comfort.
And Stranger Things. I'll rewatch Stranger Things a million times.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Great shows. But I'll be honest with you guys, out of everything we just said, and I'm talking about anything I've ever watched in my life, I did, Steven. I received it. Let me see here real quick. Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, Doodle's going to go get her preparation H.
Okay. Thank you, Steven.
You might want to get some lube while you're out there, Doodle.
All of you guys.
Probing.
Yes. Make sure that you guys grab your tinfoil hats as well. I don't want anybody to feel out of place here. Do me a favor and share this out, guys, if you will, please and thank you. And please make sure that you hit that little tiny little red button with that little check mark in there, that little white button that says like. Hit that, please, and make sure if you haven't subscribed yet, by some chance, even if you lurkers as you're called, please do. It definitely helps the channel, and I appreciate it very much. And guys, leave me some comments after the shows if you can remember. That really helps the channel. So I didn't realize it was that important until just recently. So please leave me some comments, whether you liked it, hated it, told me to shove it up my ass, whatever you want to do. I'll take it. Just please leave me a comment. You only
apparently
have
even hitting the little heart or whatever on the side of the chat is great too.
It is
from what
actually
I've heard.
Any channel I support, I hit the heart, the 100, the smiley face, the party thing, all of those. I just hammer them away. In every channel I've ever supported, and I guess it does help in some senses. I see them going now. You guys are
It's all engagement. It's all engagement. It helps boost the algorithm. And
yes, if you guys, even if you guys want to leave the comment as like piss off Dago, that's fine. There's a comment. It shows interaction. That's what it's all about to YouTube, that you guys are interacting, negative or positive. Even if you want to hit a thumbs down, go for it. I don't care. I'll know who
thumbs
did
down's
it.
okay, and the comments are not going to be turned off. You can go and say whatever you want here.
That's right. That's right. Speaking
Comments
of,
are open.
yes. And if you think we're crazy for showing this, okay, tell me. I think I'm crazy too in some ways. But this is fun, guys, and I enjoy it. And it's very interesting because guess what? You just don't know. Just as much as you don't know that we can see Andy's face right there, but she could be sitting there with no pants on because she does that. We don't know,
I'm not wearing it.
The truth is out there. It is. Just saying. And
I might have to put some pants on though, because without pants it's just easy access for them damn aliens.
Put
some pants on.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Let's see who we got in here real quick before we get started, Andy. Doodlebug never fails. Miss Alicia J's in the house. Miss Barbara Hall, the lovely.
Hi, Barbara.
Welcome. The Amazing Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining us. I see my blue cruise in here floating around. SRB, thank you so much. Walt Harris in the house. And thank you for that, my friend. I appreciate that very much. Mystic Butterfly, welcome back. Good to see you. Tomboy Charm, hello and welcome. Mr. Steve's in the house, everybody. Says, stopping by and seeing the show's title and seeing the comments. I think this may get interesting. Yes, sir. I'm hoping so. AK-47 in the house. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Let me see. Steven's Adventure, welcome back. Hummingbird Moth, good to see you tonight. Let me see. Alicia J, yes, I see you there. I think I got almost everybody. If I didn't, I will get you, and I will catch up with you if you pop in after the fact. Pugopolis up there, I see you there. Welcome, good to have you here. Somebody else that I missed, I think, because I saw him in here. Niles, hello and welcome back. Mr. Buckman, I appreciate you very much. That's right, November 5th, 1975 in Snowflake, Arizona. Yes, my friend. Very exciting, very interesting, to say the least. Let's see. Like Wisdom says, guys, grab your goodies and hit that like, because here we go. It's spooky time. Well, it's not really spooky. It's Paranormal. Abby Normal. Does anybody know what that's from? Saying the words.
Young
Abby
Frankenstein.
Yes. The best movies ever made. Gene Wilder.
All the Mel Brooks movies are great.
Yes, they are. Young Frankenstein. I love that movie. My wife, it's one of her favorites. Great movie, guys. Great movie. We might have to watch that in Discord one night just because I love it so much. Would you like a rolling the hair, Doctor?
Yeah, rolling the hair.
Terry Garr, another one. Yes. Cloris Leachman was amazing in that movie. When you talk about the horse, when you say the glue, and then the horse nib, I love it. I love it. Great stuff. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Hummingbird. Mr. James Tate's in the house. Welcome back, sir. Good to see you. Miss Barbara says it's snack time. I hope you can enjoy these nights, Miss Barbara, because you definitely deserve some enjoyment.
We
And I'm
love having you here.
Yes, I'm glad you decided to spend your time with us too, because that means the whole world to me, ma'am. I hope you know that. I absolutely do, Barbara. I love that you spend your time with us, and I love that you entrust the things that you look into, and that you entrust us to support you in the way that we do. That means everything to me, and I hope that you know that. You're not just a subscriber here. You're part of this family, Barbara, and we love you. We really do. Let's see. AK47, thank you. How are you doing? I love this channel. Peace, y'all. Hope y'all had a great day. Damn, too hot. Yes, it's very hot. Very hot, AK. Very, very hot. You said some other stuff up here. FBI came, saw me, and the woman had red hair, and the man. Are you telling stories over here, sir? You're like, FBI came and saw me, the woman had red hair, and the man had black hair, and I made a joke about, oh no, Mulder and Scully, they didn't funny. I bet they wouldn't. I'm sure they wouldn't, but I do. It's kind of funny. I'm sorry to say. AK was throwing some good stuff in the chat over here when we were waiting to go live. I was looking at some of it, talking about Hangar 18, some song put out by Megadeth about the real deal Hangar 18, guys, and that's involving extraterrestrial alien stuff there, guys. And yep, we are Ohioans, folks. He lives right there in Dayton, anywhere near from. It says 11 miles away from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the real Area 51, in my opinion, because that's where I think they took everything. I have a lot of good stories about the Cold War, about Wright-Patterson. I bet you do, because there was a lot of weird things going on over there, and there still is, in my opinion. Another good urban legend, Hangar 18. Yes, that's it. It's not. You can call it an urban legend, but I think there's a lot more to it than that, my friend. And of course, Witch's Tower, Frankenstein's Castle. Absolutely. Those are good things. Ohio's got a lot of good stuff. When we get this paranormal channel kicked off, guys, we're looking at doing a state by state. Like every show is going to be based on a state, whether it be hauntings or paranormal, whatever it is. It's going to be state to state to state to state. And we'll probably have to do it multiple times because there's so many things in each state that we could hit on. So it's going to be a lot of content from that. Whenever we can get little Miss Sicky here, feeling better. She's going to be doing some stuff out there in the field as well. I'm excited for that. If it all works out well, no pressure, no pressure.
Welcome, I'm excited about it. It's going to be great. I'm just working on saving up so I can get some equipment.
Well, we'll see what we can do about helping with that too. For sure. 100%.
And then I'll be out and get some original content and videos for you guys of actual ghost hunts. And I'm not going to be faking anything like some paranormal YouTube channels do. And some of you might be bored out of your minds because oftentimes ghost hunting is quite boring.
We don't want it to be fake, though. That's the thing.
Nope.
That is the thing.
No fake, no strings, no, fishing line.
It's actually
all that
more
crap.
Right. I know that the fake stuff is fun, guys, but when you realize it's fake, it takes all the fun out of it. Sorry.
And the people who put like the jump scare music in the background, it's like you can't even hear if there's actual footsteps or anything like that because you've got creepy music playing over the background to make it sound creepy.
Ghost adventures, like when they run out of the room. Oh my God! What? Nothing happened. What are you talking about? That kind of
freaking Zach Bagans.
Yes, he's a good actor. That's about it.
Yeah, but now it's to the point where every location I'm an empath. I'm being affected, and then like lashes out at Aaron and attacks him.
I'm possessed. Stay away from me. I don't want to hurt
you. You're not an empath, dude. You're just a D-bag.
Yep. Good rating there, bro. Good bit. Mojo rising in the house. It's been a long time. Great to see you, my friend. I hope you've been good, and it's great to see you here tonight. I appreciate you very much. Virginia Wolf, good to see you, brother. Oh, hell no, I would pew-pew. Would you pew-pew or pee-pee? Which one are you talking about, Doodle?
Both.
Did you pee-pee and then pew-pew? Yes. Come at me with your demon. Pow. Doodle, you're a mess. Let's see. Andy Rose. When I go to the mansion, I may run and leave the camera. There you go. There you go. Let me see, guys. What else are you guys saying? Andy Squatch, thank you for what you both do. No, thank you for just being you, Miss Barbara.
Thank you for hanging out with us. We love you.
Absolutely.
Love having you.
We love you, Mr. James Tate, Mr. James's wife. Why can't I ever remember? Is it Maureen? What is Barbara's sister-in-law? What is Barbara's sister's name? Is it Maureen?
I thought it was Marion.
Marion, that's it. Thank you. Marion Tate. Yes, I haven't seen Marion in a while. I hope she's okay. But James is always in here. I appreciate you, James. Thank you, Doodle. Marion. I don't know why I said Maureen. Sorry. All of the people there, we appreciate you guys so very much. And guys, stay tuned because there's going to be some more stuff coming that surrounds Miss Barbara, the area there. I got to tell you up front that Arctic Foss is going to be putting something out. I'm going to be putting something out. Doodlebug has put something out. I hate to say this and don't anybody be offended, but Missouri has got some dark secrets that need to be exposed. That's all I'm going to say. So
I've been waiting for you guys to dive deeper back into that because that was very interesting.
There's so many more cases that I have to put out. It's coming, and we're gonna revisit Timmy's case as well. We're not talking about true crime tonight. I'm just giving you guys little highlights of different things. So,
little sneak peek of what's to come.
Yes, 100%. Steph, not that Steph. Don't side eye me, Blankenship. I love saying your name every time.
I love it.
Oh, Waverly Hills, Miss Steph. That place. We did do a very short talk on that. I'd like to do a deeper dive. I'd like to actually go there and be live there, but that's a lot. It's just, yeah, 100%, Doodle. I'm planning on covering the cult scenario, and I kind of expected that you would. So yes, that would be great. I know Arctic's going to be doing that as well. There's some stuff coming. You guys are going to be interested to see that's going on. That's just not. You wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it. And this is coming from people that live in this area that are telling. It goes back to that interview I did. I think it was a 6-hour show that we had with, I hate trying to remember names. Doodle, what was her name? And I know you do, Doodlebug. I know you do. That's why you do the producing that you do. My dogs are doing zoomies right now. Sorry. Mandy, thank you, Doodle. Mandy
I was going to say, wasn't it me? Yeah.
Yeah. Amanda or Mandy Yates. There was a lot of information that came out during that I just was like jaw-dropping stuff. And
that was like it was a lot to take in too. I mean, that was several hours of insane, heavy stuff.
I was exhausted after that show. I literally was. I slept for 12 hours, I think, guys, because it was so much and it's such a short period of time. But she wanted to get it all in. It's just, and we could have went for days and still days upon days and still didn't get it all in. And I think I just scratched the surface on it. And there's more coming. There's so much more coming. Susbusters in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Barbara says you have to live it to believe it. And I'm living it. Yes, she is, guys, every day. And I'm having a hard time believing it's insane. It is. You would not. Guys, you see this kind of stuff on TV and you're going, what? No. They make
right?
movies.
You see movies like that and you're like, that would never happen in real life.
Go to Missouri.
Yep.
Go to Missouri.
It does in Missouri.
Yeah. Like on a daily basis. It's crazy. And you just couldn't believe it. Missouri, and at this point, I'm going to have to say DeSoto Indiana, yes. DeSoto County. It happens here in Ohio, guys. It's everywhere you go. It's craziness, but it does happen. Missouri's really in there, though.
Canton, Mass.
Yeah. Canton, Massachusetts.
We're just going to collect evidence in red Solo cups and stick it in used grocery bags. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, we're going to go take somebody's taillight, smash it with a hammer, and say, it came off that car, not that one. You know how that goes. Gotta love it, guys. Gotta love it. Again, we're not talking about true crime. I'm just giving you guys some highlights. It is time to decompress as we talk about. Send them, AK. Send the pictures you have, my brother. I would love to see them. I always do. Walt, thank you so much for the donation. God bless, brother. I appreciate you very much. And thank you, Walt, for being part of the Blue Crew. And Blue Crew, thank you for being here. Because we all know, what am I going to say? That I could not, would not, nor should not
And
ever
should
try
not.
to do this. That's right. Without you. You guys make it happen for me on a daily basis. And that goes for the rest of you guys. All you community members, I wouldn't be here without you either. And thank you so much for that.
We were
And again,
actually just saying, I think it was yesterday, that we are just such an awesome team.
you are.
Like the
Absolutely.
whole team that we have, we work so great together. And
Yeah.
it's just awesome. It's not just like a content creator and their mods, like it's a family.
It is a
With
complete and
some
total,
great
yeah.
friendships.
It's
It's
it's a
awesome.
it's a family.
We're
You
a
guys,
community.
yes, a community, a family. Um, it's just real. It's a real team too. Everybody works together very well. I have my paranormal producers, Andy and Molly. Molly's always doing stuff in the background as well. Andy's always doing something. Miss Sherry's doing stuff. Doodlebug is busy as all hell. Miss Brady's doing stuff here and in TikTok, in the Discord. Mama Bear is always busy. I mean, I have an amazing team. Everybody. I didn't name a few of you, but I didn't mean to not to. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Cassie and
All of them.
Alicia have been helping with paranormal stuff too.
Always, yes. Miss
All kinds of
Cassie.
stuff.
Cassie's jumped into the paranormal side of it, and Miss Alicia. When we put the channel together, I'm going to have a few people working that because it's going to need that in that
It's a
sense.
lot.
Yeah. And then we're talking about, don't get excited yet. We're talking about if I can get my hours right and get my scheduling right. Yes, Walt has been helping with the merch store. Very much good advertising there. And Doodle are great team with that. We're talking about doing current events and coffee with Dago and Miss Andy, possibly, because we need a morning show, you guys. We need to wake up with you guys and have our first cup of coffee with you guys and some more of
Just
you
chill and go over headlines and discuss things. It'll be
about
freaking
everything
great.
going on in the world. Yes. And wake
Even
up.
if I have to call you to wake your butt up every morning, I will.
Well, you might have to do it. Yes, Tomboy. And if I can stay in a normal schedule, of course, SRB, you're important too. I didn't, I'd be talking for an hour if I threw you all in there. You all,
We're all special.
yes, every one of you guys are important, each one of you. But yeah, I think that's something that we're looking at doing in the morning, just for a couple hours or an hour. I don't know, an hour, maybe two, who knows? Just current events, waking up, saying good morning, having our first cup of coffee every day. I would love to
I
do
think it'd
that.
be fun. We can just go over the news and the headlines together and kind of discuss things. And
Absolutely. So
because some of us, we've got medical issues or whatever, and we're not going to normal jobs like some people, and you miss out on that water cooler talk where you meet up with your coworkers and discuss current events in the news. So it'd be fun to do that here.
absolutely.
Talk.
Now the dogs are attacking each other. It's crazy.
My dogs have been fighting over a chew bone thingy that I got them all day. I got them each one, and they just fight over the same.
Welcome, green-eyed monster. Good to see you. Yeah, my dogs each have one of these little snakes with squeezy heads, and they've already chewed the shit out of them. They're plushy things, and they're almost gone now. So I'm gonna run a poll real quick, and I want you guys to answer. Everybody in here has to answer, and it's only gonna be 50 people right now, but it is: should we have a morning show? And I want everybody's opinions. Please, everybody vote. I want 100% on this, and there it is. Occasionally, if forced, I will drink. Mr. Steve, I know that that's not true because I know that you've talked about your coffee before, that you will always, and I've actually seen you drink coffee, my friend. So you're just as bad as I am, if probably not worse. Coffee's a necessity, you guys. Come on. It's like oxygen. If you don't have it, you just don't survive. Sorry. So I like that comment though, Mr. Steve. Thank you, sir, again for being here. I hope if you're still on the road, I hope you're being safe. And I hope everything is going your direction and working well for you, sir. I can't wait to see the next show that I can get to. I struggle making it to your shows because of the times and the things I got going on. I always watch the replays, but I'd like to catch you live sometimes. I think I've been in 2 of them. I will start doing that though. Guys, if we could please drop Mr. Steve's channel, please. Guys, if you haven't done it yet, please go check it out. The True Crime Web channel is amazing. The True Crime Web Foundation is amazing. Mr. and Mrs. Steve are amazing. Both amazing creators, just amazing people. So please go check that out if you can. There it is. Thank you, Miss Elisa. There's the link right there. The True Crime Web with Mr. Steve. And occasionally we get to see Mrs. Steve. So, and she's a trooper. I'm telling you what. She does all sorts of stuff with Mr. Steve to help him with his experiments. She's a trooper. I agree with that one. I love it.
Yeah, didn't she let him drag her through the woods?
Yes, I turned on one stream and I see him dragging her through the woods. I'm like, what are you doing?
That's awesome.
She's amazing. She is. But thank you for that, Alicia. And there it is, guys. Check out the link. Subscribe if you haven't, please, and go check them out. You're not going to be disappointed. This is an ex-law enforcement officer that put great time in as a law enforcement officer, and he's still on the job in retirement trying to make things right in the world, guys. You got to love it. You got to love it. Yes, they are the best. I agree, Miss SRB. Oh, he's home now. Okay. Home in Florida till Missouri meetings on See, there's that Missouri again, everybody. We know. We know. You be safe over there, sir. I don't trust that state at all. I'm petrified that Doodle lives there. And Miss Barbara. Anybody that comes in here that lives there, I'm scared for you. Well, I'm glad you're home safe and sound, sir. Thank you, Wisdom. Thank you that very much. Thank you to anybody, again, that donates to these links here. It keeps the channel running. We appreciate it. We never, ever expect it from you. But we do definitely appreciate it. Deep down, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you again. So tonight, does anybody in here... Wow, that thing's at 87% already. Does anybody in here know the story? Okay, let me ask it this way. Does anybody in here know the movie Fire in the Sky? I think it's titled Fire in the Sky, the Travis Walton story. And there's a documentary out, but there was a movie called Fire in the Sky. Really good. Very, very good. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you tonight, Miss Molly. Speaking of LE, say a prayer for our Dallas PD and our fallen officer. Absolutely, guys. We need to do that if we can. Everybody, if you're praying person, if not, take a moment of silence if you can for the fallen officer in Dallas. I don't know if you've seen that. I have. It's horrible. And that goes to any officer that takes on that. I don't even know how to say this. That goes to any law enforcement official that takes that on. They put their life on the line for us every day. So God bless that officer and his family. And I will keep them and him in my thoughts and prayers again. So thank you for that, Tomboy. Horrible, horrible situation. Anytime that happens. Anytime. He was a rookie that just graduated the academy. See, that's horrible. That happens so often, too. So horrible. Good God. Let me see. I'm checking here. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Okay. All right. Let's this poll's almost done, and then we should get jumping. Again, thank you, Alicia. Check out our Miss Molly's channel. She's one of the other paranormal producers. She has her own channel over there. It's directed more towards the paranormal and things like that. It's very creative. She's very creative, and she puts out a lot of interesting stuff. So there's the link. Please go check it out if you can. Yes, Miss Barbara, absolutely. Prayers for the families, 100%. And that goes to any of them. Let me see something here. Is there any other creators we dropped in here? I'm looking. I haven't seen Mom in a couple days. I hope she's doing good. Is this the story? Yes, absolutely, Mystic. Thank you for joining us tonight. That's a big thing. And they don't pay them anywhere near enough, Miss Barbara. They never have, and I don't think they ever will for what they do. That's fact. That is fact. Thank you, SRB.
I always feel like a lot of the people with the most, I hate to use the word important because I feel like everybody's important, but people with the most important jobs don't get paid enough.
Mm,
Like, you get police officers are underpaid, teachers are underpaid, nurses are underpaid, you know.
firefighters, EMTs,
Hmm.
even paramedics make pretty good money, but they're still underpaid considering what they deal with. I gotta say that. I was a firefighter, EMS worker for years, and it was not. It's not what you think it should be. That's a fact. They don't make much more than a grocery store attendant, to be honest with you. And I know a lot of law enforcement officers that didn't either. So, because when they first started off, it's just not right. There should automatically be hazard pay rolled into some of those, in my opinion, and it's just not. So, just saying. 100%. Yeah, you're giving. I agree with that. When you have like, for instance, the CEO of a very large company that does nothing but sit behind a desk and sign papers all day, that makes $152,000 a year. No, that's bullshit. Sorry. Those are the people, like law enforcement officers and firefighters and nurses and doctors make good money, but you know what I mean. They're the ones that should make $150,000 a year for putting their life on that. A teacher nowadays, yeah. Hell, being a teacher should come with hazard pay too, in my opinion, nowadays.
Yeah, nowadays.
Just
But
saying.
even without the threats that teachers face every day, it's still such an important job. I mean, you're,
Well,
trusting your children with these people.
nowadays, some of our teachers are having to go get gun classifications to carry a gun while in school for protection purposes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's what I'm saying, guys. It's changed so much. My son, the officer, he doesn't make much. They don't. Green Eyed. They definitely don't. Speaking of which, where'd Green Eyed PI? I haven't seen Green Eyed PI in a long time. I hope she's doing okay. Miss having her in here.
I've seen her bouncing around the YouTube streets.
I haven't seen her in about a week, I think, but I hope she's okay. Oh yeah, my daughter got bit so hard today he drew blood. Good God, that's horrible. See?
Wow.
That's the big thing about this, AK, is this story, when it was told, has stayed the same. I've seen it in probably 15 different versions, different interviews. Everything is absolutely the same every time. That's hard to stick to after that long.
Yeah, if he's making it up, he's a damn good actor and has a great memory. Like, he needs to be studied if his memory's that good and it's all a lie.
Absolutely. It's the same with the Patterson video, the Patterson Bigfoot video. That's never changed, ever. That's good. If you're not telling the truth and you did all that, that's really good, in my opinion. Just saying. Green Eyed PI, SRB. That's who I was talking about. Just saying. So, let's check this here real quick. I want to see what this poll is saying at this point. I think we're good. 89%. I don't think we're going to get. So we have a morning show. 89% of you said yep, and 10% said no. So the 10% that said no, what's up? Why? Because you're not morning people?
And probably just night owls.
That's a good reason. Mr. Steve says the memories of the successes are worth every hazard I faced. The horrors, not so much. But I signed up for the good, and yeah, amen, brother. Amen to that. I feel the exact same way. Like I said, guys, I have a form of PTSD from doing what I did. That's not good, but I wouldn't trade it for anything, because the things that I did do that helped somebody, that saved somebody, that was a positive thing, is all I need to cover up for that other stuff. I'll just tell you that much. So
definitely the type of job where you have to really actually care about it to do it.
Yeah. You can't just go there just for a paycheck, folks. It's not that kind of a job. None of those are. Yeah, that's what I mean. When he went up on Coast to Coast and other channels, he always kept the story 100%. It never changed. That's why I was so drawn to this story. I'll be honest with you. Yes, AK, I agree. That's a good statement, Mr. Steve. Thank you for that. So let's get to moving on this story. hold on a minute here. Let me see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? All right, all right, all right. Let me see something here. What the heck was that? Okay, now, by the way, Molly, I got your other the maps you put up. Thank you. Great job on those. As always, Molly should have been a map maker.
She's a little scary sometimes with how good she is at that stuff.
I've never seen anybody with that being even like professional map makers aren't that good. It's crazy.
She's a little too good.
Agreed. I got to agree. Okay. What the hell? Oh, hold on a minute. Okay, that sounds good, SRB. I appreciate that input. Good idea, in my opinion. All right. Where did it go? Where did you go? Where did you go? There you are. Is this? Let me see. Good Lord, that was loud. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Why is that so loud? Jesus. Give me 1 second to set this up.
So did everybody see that they arrested somebody for the supposed murder of the elderly couple from the nudist camp?
I heard there was an arrest. I didn't get a chance to look into it.
Last I saw, they still hadn't found bodies, but he confessed. It's a crazy situation. I don't know if anybody else has been watching it. It's insane. Oh, they did find them? Okay. I hadn't been watching too much today, so I didn't know if they had found them. Last I saw, they were destroying the house. Yeah, I'm curious if they found Monta yet too.
I check every day. I haven't heard anything.
Apparently, he had tried to tell investigators that the blood in the bedroom was because she would get nosebleeds.
A pool of blood from a nosebleed? Come on
Mhm.
now.
He tried to
Jesus.
explain it away with like, oh, well, she gets nosebleeds.
That's insane. Sorry. Bear with me, guys. I'm just putting something together for you guys, trying to put it in the order I want to do it. That's
Well, I'm just
bear
gonna
with
chill
me.
and talk true crime, I guess, until we're ready.
You're
And
okay.
just talk with the people in the chat. I know you don't want to do true crime right now, but yeah, that dude needs to just fess up because that baby needs to be able to have a place to go mourn the loss of her mother. I mean, they already pretty much know that he, killed her. I wish he would just tell them what he did with her so that they can have some kind of closure and have a place to visit. I don't know if her family would want to take her remains back to Nepal and have her buried there or what, but they deserve to have that. He already took that baby's mother away from her. He needs to let them know where she is so they can have a spot.
All right, guys. Bear with me because you guys know that YouTube is very critical about what you put out. So this will start off with this, and then we'll get into some other stuff in regards to this. It's kind of a storytelling scenario and explains it in that sense, okay? So right out of the gate, just like I explained before, the Travis Walton abduction is one of the most famous and controversial alien abduction cases involving a forestry worker named Travis Walton. In Arizona, the incident occurred on November 5th of 1975 and has been the subject of books, documentaries, and a feature film, which again, the movie is called Fire in the Sky. Amazing story, amazing movie. It's very attaching, meaning it, not lack of better terms. It'll grab you and hold on to you, and it's very interesting in that sense. Is all I'm saying. So, I have a good question for y'all. You Canadians out here, George Gray, I think his name was the spaceman from Canada. He's like George Norrie, postcode kind of style. What goes cool as hell? Okay, I'm not familiar, but thank you. They did find remains, but aren't. Wait, for what, Alicia? The older couple or Amanda? Where's it at? I don't see it, dear.
The elderly couple.
Oh, shit.
He posted it in Discord.
So is this a robbery, do you guys think? I don't want to talk about true
there
crime.
had been a lot of drama and ongoing disputes within the community for some time. There had been like lawsuits going on. They were trying to kick people out. And there's a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Thank you, Alicia.
But like, why would you go after this sweet elderly couple and their puppy? Come on.
Of all people, yes.
Like what the hell?
Well, it's a nudist colony, not to mention, guys, which is it's even stranger the way that this has been approached, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, it's weird.
I know, when I heard nudist colony, I was thinking it was just like a bunch of old naked hippies.
It's what usually what you think. No, don't apologize. I do. I'm glad you shared it with me, hon. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm just saying I try to avoid the true crime thing when it comes to these. It's hard, guys, because that's what we do. Welcome, Miss Paula. Good to see you. Good to have you here tonight. And
sometimes we just get so wrapped up into cases, it's difficult to turn the true crime brain off.
That's why we do this, till we can try to do that. It is very hard, I have to say. So, all right, guys. The Travis Walton story. Let's see what we got here. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
The most famous and controversial alien abduction cases involving a forestry worker named Travis Walton in Arizona. The incident occurred on November 5th, 1975, and has been the subject of books, documentaries, and a feature film. The incident, November 5th, 1975. Travis Walton was working with a logging crew in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest near Snowflake, Arizona. As the crew was driving home after a long day of work, they saw a bright light through the trees. Thinking it was a fire, they drove closer to investigate. What they saw shocked them, a large disc-shaped craft hovering above a clearing. Walton, curious and intrigued, got out of the truck and approached the craft despite his colleagues' warnings. As he got closer, a beam of blue-green light shot out from the craft and struck him, causing him to be thrown several feet back. Terrified, the other crew members fled the scene, believing Walton to be dead. After driving a short distance, they regained their composure and decided to return to look for Walton, but he was nowhere to be found. They reported the incident to the local authorities, who initially suspected foul play. The search and Walton's return, a massive search operation was launched, involving police, volunteers and helicopters, but Walton remained missing for 5 days. On the night of November 10th, Walton suddenly reappeared, disoriented and traumatized near a gas station in Heber, Arizona. He claimed to have been taken aboard the alien craft and subjected to medical examinations by humanoid beings. Walton's account. Under hypnosis, Walton recounted his experience in detail. He described being in a hospital-like room, surrounded by small humanoid beings with large eyes and bald heads. He also recalled encountering human-like figures on the craft before being returned to Earth. Controversy and investigation. Walton's story was met with skepticism, but his colleagues' consistent accounts and polygraph tests supported their version of events. The case was investigated by various UFO researchers and organizations, including APRO, Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, and NICAP, National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. Skeptics have suggested alternative explanations, such as a hoax or a hallucination induced by drugs or a traumatic event. However, no definitive evidence has been found to disprove Walton's account, and the case remains one of the most well-documented and debated alien abduction stories. Legacy. Travis Walton's story has had a significant impact on UFO lore and popular culture. He wrote a book about his experience titled The Walton Experience, which was later adapted into the 1993 film Fire in the Sky. The incident continues to be a subject of intense interest and debate among UFO researchers, skeptics, and enthusiasts. Despite the controversy, Walton has consistently stood by his account, and the case remains a cornerstone of abduction phenomena studies. The Travis Walton abduction is often cited as one of the most compelling examples of extraterrestrial encounters, leaving a lasting legacy in the field of ufology. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, and share with your loved ones. Thank you.
So that's the quick version, guys, just so you know. It is definitely there's more I'm going to show you, don't worry, just saying.
The thing that I find really interesting is that there were other witnesses. It's not just this guy walking out in the woods and then goes missing and then reappears and says it was aliens. Like, his co-workers witnessed stuff, and you'd think that if it was a hoax with that many people making something up, somebody would have slipped up and said something. You know, one of these guys would have gotten drunk and told a bar, like, oh, hey, remember that? Yeah, it was all fake. We all lied. You know, or somebody would mess up their story, but their stories haven't changed. It's just very interesting.
Very true. All right, guys. I'm gonna try this. See what happens. If not, I have a backup, so don't worry about that. Hold on. Welcome, CJ Guy. Okay, one moment, guys. I'm just setting this up. I just gave you the quick run through so that everybody kind of get a quick, hey, we know what it is. And anybody that didn't know what it was, to catch up, this is the story. Hopefully this works well. And I'm going to tell you guys, if you haven't seen it yet, to go check out the movie Fire in the Sky. You definitely will get the whole gist of it then. Okay?
It's so good, too. Even if you don't believe it, it's still a great movie.
Yeah, it's one of the best I've seen in a long time. All right, here we go.
was a terrifying experience, you know. I imagine
let me know if you can hear this.
It was probably Steve. He was only like 17. I think he actually lied about his age to get the job out there.
Yeah, I was 17, so I was a kid. I thought
Can you hear it, Andy?
Murder.
Yeah, I can hear it.
We need to go back. Those times I was saying we need to go get help. You know, I mean, they went back. Everybody was going back and forth, you know, in their own minds and between each other. When we got back there and we looked around the area and we couldn't find Travis, that's when it hit Mike. Mike and Travis were best buddies and stuff. And I think he felt really bad about taking off and leaving him like that.
It was pretty hectic, and it was very emotional at that point. You know, your mind just takes off.
We came off the mountain afterwards looking for Travis, and we couldn't find him. And
Alicia was asking if we can turn it up
there,
a little bit.
we got
Or
out.
maybe turn down the music a little bit.
It didn't come directly to me. It came to a deputy sheriff in Heber who called me on the phone, and then he gave me a little more detail on it.
When I arrived there were 6 young men. They were just...
There's music playing in the background of the movie itself, or the video itself.
Oh, all right.
I
I didn't
can't-
know if you were playing music too, because
No.
I know some people do that. Okay.
I can't control that, but what I can do is try this for you. I think they're already up, but we'll see. Yeah, they're up. Okay. Sorry, guys, I can't control that part of it.
Well, get your reading glasses, guys.
Trying, and I tried to get just as close to each one of them as I could to see if I could detect odors of marijuana or alcohol or anything like that.
He says that he didn't
Sorry.
believe us or disbelieve us. You know, he was going to be neutral. But before we went up on the hill to radio, for him to radio the sheriff, we better be certain. So we get in a lot of trouble.
Travis Walton was just 22 years old when this happened, and he was in this tiny little town of Snowflake, Arizona. This little town that was founded by Mormons. Everyone knew everyone in Snowflake. So it's not just like he's this in New York City or some other big town where he's anonymous. The question is, what the hell happened to this young man? How is it that he could just disappear?
We're a rough-looking bunch then, you know, and a bunch of us out there with chainsaws and that, and some conflicts here and there, you know. So they just immediately started assuming.
And understand, guys, it wasn't that he was off playing in the woods somewhere doing this. The man completely disappeared. Poof, he was gone for days and then just appeared one day. That's the weird thing about this whole thing. Oh, okay, CJ. Thank you, SRE, for that.
Assuming, well, they killed this guy, you know, because they weren't going to believe that wild story we were telling them.
The police, and no one can blame them, had to look at the much more obvious real-world possibility that these hardworking, tough, blue-collar guys, even though they were friends, there was a falling out, there was a fight, an argument, and one way or another, Travis lost his life. The body was hidden.
When we went to search the next day, they split us up. They had a deputy with each group, and the whole time the deputies asked me, you know, and tell me, well, if you just tell us where the body is and what you did with Travis, we can all go home and get this over with.
I think we'd made contact with the dog handler from Arizona State Prison. He came on site and started from the point where it had been pointed out as where the incident occurred.
The days proceeded on, and the helicopter went around, and people expanded, and we never found a footprint or a sign anywhere of Travis Walton.
They took me first, and I was scared to death. I figured I was gonna flunk it, no matter what. I didn't want to come here. I tried to sneak out the back door the day of the polygraph test, because all week long I've been hearing, well, they're gonna set it up to make you guys look guilty, and y'all ain't never gonna come out of that jailhouse.
We couldn't get out. You know, we weren't. It was like being under arrest, but they didn't just say we were. You know, but it wasn't no different. We weren't leaving. Nobody was going anywhere, you know, until it was completely done.
The polygraph is not perfect. It's, in fact, one of the most awful tests that anyone would have to take. You're strapped in with tubes around your chest, and you've got wires connected to you. And I've taken multiple polygraphs, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I designed the questions. The entire test is established by research from Dr. Raskin out of the University of Utah, who's done many, many years of research on its validity and its accuracy.
It took about 2 hours, and it was like 4 questions over and over and over.
Did you murder Travis Walton? No. Did you see what seemed to be a flying saucer? Yes. Did you see the object hit him with a beam of light? Yes.
We could have refused to take the test. You know, we didn't have to take it, but you know, we wanted to get the, you know, get the truth out.
And I passed it at 95%. 5%, I think, or something like that.
They all passed that test.
Most people still didn't believe it, you know. The Sheriff Gillespie definitely didn't believe it.
I think that they all were trying to tell the truth about everything.
And then what happens? Travis returns. 5 days growth of beard, lost about 10 pounds of weight, and the frenzy begins.
Okay, Don, could you take us back to this morning when whoever it was that first got word that he was back?
Okay, what happened was that Grant Neff, which is my brother-in-law, he got a telephone call.
Uh-huh.
He answered, Grant, he said, this is Travis, I'm back, I need help. And he says, wait a minute, fella, he said, you got the wrong number, I'm sorry. And he said, don't hang up on me, Grant. He says, this is Travis. He says, I need help bad. He asked him where he was at, and he said he was in a telephone booth out by the EMCO station in Hebert.
I just looked at my mom and says, I told you we didn't kill him.
When I did hear that Travis had been returned, it was almost as unbelievable as the real thing. Travis was my best friend.
And it was Dwayne that picked up Travis?
Yes, which is the closest one to him anyway, out of all the brothers.
Okay.
He said that when he reached in the booth to grab Travis, he said Travis started scooting away from him, trying to get away from him. He reached down, picked him up, and held him in his arms. So just like grabbing a baby, he just cuddled right up and started crying. They weighed him, he lost 12 pounds. Said he hadn't eaten in 5 days. He was in terrible shape.
I was trying to tell him what had happened, you know, just trying to get it out. And it was just too traumatic. I was just, it was all broke up. He said something about how concerned my mother had been in those days. And I didn't understand. Became apparent in the exchange there that I was thinking this was still the same night. And he said, Travis, feel your face. And I reached up and felt that I had a 5-day growth of beard. And, you know, that came as really a terrible shock.
Travis Walton reappeared after several days with a bizarre story about a ride in an unidentified flying object. But it's been basically a second-hand story. Travis has been in hiding and has not met with the media. Consequently, there have been a lot of questions about the truthfulness of what Travis has had to say.
I didn't know he was back until that following night. My mom said someone came by and said Travis is back, but he's in a Tucson hospital.
I really kind of went catatonic for a little bit there.
That is Travis. That's the most recent photo of him.
Wait. Is there supposed to be video? Because this whole time I'm just seeing a black screen with words, and then you scrolled, and I saw him.
Really?
Yeah, when you move it, the picture pops up, and then you stop, and it goes black. Is that happening for everybody else?
I had a very emotional.
Okay, you see it
now
with my mother.
Yeah, now it's playing.
It was, just tears my heart.
Even
all right, to this day.
I don't know why that did that, but okay.
What she was going
there it is.
Have you had much communication
Welcome,
with
Michelle.
the medias on this?
Yes, I've been in and out all the time. They're trying to corner mom. We're trying to keep
Guys,
mom
I
away
wish you'd have
from
told
there.
me. Sorry about that.
In here now that's coming in and out to see the freak show, as they call it.
Everyone dissents, not just your local UFO groups, UFO researchers. Sure, they were there. But on top of that, you have media. You have the National Enquirer, you know, the great tabloid rag that was covering things like this.
The first night, I laid down in bed and the phone rang. It did not stop till daylight or after.
I literally sometimes would be on 2 telephones at the same time. I had phone calls from all over the world.
I was called by Canada. I was called by England. I was called by Japan. I was called by Russia. I was called by several Asian countries. I was called call all night long.
We did an interview at the headquarters sometime later with the news crew there. That they asked some questions regarding the tests and the results and so on.
Basically, we all told them the same thing, that we're investigating and didn't have any final results.
The media scrutiny was so intense. Once it was even suspected that when my brother was involved, the reporters were knocking on the door there constantly. When we went to leave the hospital, and somebody yelled out, "There he is!" and they chased us into traffic.
Travis, why didn't you bring your story to the media?
Well, my family told me about the news people and all the people that were crowding around, and I was just in no condition to talk to anybody, especially, you know, a mob of people like that. I just couldn't handle it.
Plus the warnings that my brother had and my family had from various quarters, that it was a dangerous situation as to who might get a hold of him. Not necessarily that the sheriff's department would be involved in any sort of foul play or underhanded attempt, but what if they were to hand me over to some government agency, and to heck with what damage that might do to me, you know, if they were after information or certain things that they considered important.
Does he remember what this thing looked like? The craft? Yes.
We were working on the Mogollon Rim in the Sitgreaves National Forest, which is the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. It stretches all the way from south of the Grand Canyon clear into New Mexico. There's a much of it that's relatively untouched because it was, one of the last frontiers.
I was the crew boss. It was my contract, and I hired Travis and several other guys. Travis had been working for me for practically 10 years already.
It was gratifying because we were actually, improving the forest. It was called timber stand improvement, to remove damaged and dead trees and clear out certain overgrowth to limit the fire danger and protect the forest. When we weren't working, the beauty of the surroundings was just something that just has an effect that, it's really just hard to describe. You have to be there to appreciate the freshness of the wilderness and being in touch with nature, the animals, the trees.
At times on your breaks and that, it was like sitting out here right now, just relaxing out in the woods, it's beautiful and that, it was a great job.
It was early November, pretty cold, but it would warm up pretty quickly once the sun came up, but not too much so that, you didn't overheat getting work done.
I don't remember doing it, but Mike says that I called in sick that morning and he had to do some talking to get me to go work with him. Come pretty close to missing out on an experience like that.
We're always a little behind on the contract. You just get out there and really bust your butt for a couple of days and you get caught back up. That day, we're a little behind, so we worked until it was starting to get dark.
We loaded up the equipment and put it in the truck and headed out of there. And hadn't driven very far when we caught glimmers of this glow coming through the trees.
I first thought it was the moon, and then as we're driving along, I'm looking over here, I'd like to see the moon over here.
Definitely something out of the ordinary. You don't normally see any light at all out in the woods at night.
I'd spent time in I was on an aircraft carrier and that, and I'd been around a lot of aircraft, and somebody's saying, well, maybe it's a plane crash, but I'm looking at it, and it's not a plane crash.
Could be headlights shining up at an angle, maybe a campfire or lights in a tent, something, but that just wasn't kind of fitting in with the lay of the land.
It's kind of like light shining through a lampshade. Basically, white, but it's kind of yellowish glow to it. That's what it appeared to me.
I urged Mike to hurry up and get up there to where the light was breaking through the trees. There seemed to be sort of an opening through the trees that was letting some of the light shine across the road ahead. And when we broke into the clearing, there it was.
This thing was setting about 15 and 25 feet off the ground. It had some kind of a round thing on top like a dome.
I know I posted it. I want you guys to understand, everybody that was involved in this, including Travis himself, have all taken multiple, and I don't mean just one or two, multiple polygraph tests and passed every single one of them with flying colors. No lie.
Basically, it was just very, very sleek,
God, it was just absolutely beautiful.
As soon as Mike did stop the truck, I was throwing open the door and hurrying towards it, thinking it would just take off almost immediately.
Travis had the door open before we even stopped. I don't know why. I'm asking him about that. What were you thinking?
I was really, immediately had a greatly growing fear that I had made a foolish move, but I didn't want to betray that to the rest of the guys, and so I kept going, but at a slower rate.
As he got closer, I heard the sound, and it was like a beep.
There was a high-pitched alternating frequency that carried real well, but the closer I got, the more subtleties I could hear to the sound, parts of it that seemed to be at the edge of the range of human hearing on the high end and also in the low end, where you were actually feeling the sound rather than just hearing it with the ear.
When my hands were on the steering wheel, I could feel it, and my elbow was on the window. I could feel it through that. It did get a little scary after a while because it started getting more intense, louder, more volume.
I jumped into a crouch, which was kind of like down and forward, which brought me that much closer to the craft, so that when I stood up to run back to the truck, that's what brought my body into the closest proximity to the surface of that craft.
Turned my head the other way, and then the woods all lit up a bluish green. And when I looked back, he's a few feet off the ground and stretched out like this. I mean, it wasn't like he had a muscle at all, or bones. He just crumpled up right there. I thought he was dead. And that's when Mike started the truck up and took off. We drove down the road maybe a quarter mile, half mile, from the craft, and you could see vehicles, every once in a while going down that road. Well, you knew it was hunters with guns. My thought at first was, well, let's go get some of those. A lot of us were saying to go back and that, and a lot of us said, at the same time saying, let's go get help, but it was Mike's decision.
Finally, I just said, I'm going back. You can stay here or, get in the truck. And I was surprised they all got in the truck.
I think we had one flashlight, and he had the headlights of the vehicle shining up in that clearing on that slash pile. We walked around the perimeter with a flashlight, and all in a line, one right behind the other.
Once they couldn't find me, and my body wasn't laying where I'd hit the ground, they just figured they needed to go get help.
He spent 5 days on a UFO, he thinks. Now, there is some small time loss in there. But For all intent and purposes, he spent 5 days on there. He did come in contact with some beings that are human-like, but they weren't human.
Obviously, Dwayne, you know your own brother probably better than anybody else. Do you believe the story?
I've never seen him play a practical joke in his adult life.
The police up here said that if it's a hoax, they're going to go ahead and put all kinds of charges against it. And that's the only thing that's involved in it right now. I see.
The only threats I got were like verbal harassment as I'm walking down the street or something. You know, somebody yell out, "Hey, we know what you did," or saying we're stoned on drugs. And there was some government people. I'm sure they were government because they used to drive the old Plymouth cars that, they'd be the ugliest colored, and the rims always matched. And two guys sitting there in suits. I'd see them for about the first couple of weeks. Just about every time I went out the door.
And they're going to run him through this polygraph too? Right. I see. ESA and progressive hypnosis, and they said possibly sodium pentothal. Well, they're going to give him the works then, aren't they?
He was scheduled to take an examination with me at our office in Phoenix at the time. And he never showed up.
Just so you guys know, Travis also succumbed to two, I think he did a total of 5 polygraphs. Travis did different variations, but he did 2 polygraph tests where they injected him with sodium pentothal, which is considered to be the truth serum. Okay? It's very hard to tell lies when you have that in your system. So that happened twice, from what I understand. Statement of getting guns from hunters and trucks in my training is an indicator of truthful memory under stress. Truthful memory, yeah, I've heard that before too, Mr. Steve. Just saying. So understand that, like hey Twilight, welcome, happy Friday. To have regular polygraphs and pass, and then to pass these as well, there's just too much. How can I put this? There's too much that it's hard to believe that they could get through all that. These guys aren't anybody special. Not that they're not. I'm not trying to dog them out or downgrade them. I mean, they're just regular old people. To be able to pass these, they're nothing special. You know what I mean? So that says a lot. Can you hear me now? I had the mic away from me. I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Andy?
Yeah.
Or any? Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
I could hear you before too.
I had the mic.
Wasn't super loud.
Sorry about that. Anyway, on we go.
For it, but I think it's more Dwayne's influence rather than his that he didn't show up.
Why not the polygraph test? This has been a major criticism.
A lot of people have criticized it because they think polygraph is a lie detector, because it's called that. But it's not. And Travis was under that impression too. He was anxious to take the lie detector and polygraph test. I advise him not to, and several other people advise him not to, because what it actually measures is stress. And questions about stressful memories would bring stress reactions just as well as anything else.
They didn't even have the term post-traumatic stress disorder in those days, In those days, they called it shell shock, or there was other words for it related to wartime trauma.
One of the psychiatrists said it would have been a disaster for him to take it at the time. It would have created a lot of false impressions.
This led to a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of bad feeling that the sheriff couldn't understand the fragile condition I was in. To him, my top priority should be, get out there and take a lie detector test. I was in such a fragile condition that my brother made all these decisions. I didn't even talk to him or discuss these things with him, tell him what I wanted, whether I would do this interview or do that or anything. I was, not in that kind of shape.
He had to process all of this. And that's the hard thing to do, because even though he was gone for 5 days, he only remembered about 2 hours worth of his time. And you have to ask yourself, well, why didn't he remember more?
After the event made publicity in Arizona, it turns out that there was a nationally known UFO organization in Tucson called the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization, or APRO. They reached out to Travis and arranged for hypnosis to be done by Dr. James Harder.
And he was a skilled investigator with engineering background as well as with hypnotic techniques.
He did a regression on me in which I was able to recount the memories for the first time in their entirety without so much of the fear that was just keeping me from even speaking without breaking down.
I talked to Dr. James Harder not long after he interviewed Travis and worked on that case. And Dr. Harder stressed the psychological impact that this had upon Travis. He was terrified.
When I regained consciousness, I was looking up at a light shining down on me from the ceiling. I believed that I was in the hospital. I didn't make any attempt to move because of the pain I was in. I couldn't focus my eyes very well, but I looked beyond the top edge of the thing that was laying across me, and I saw two men leaning over me. They had kind of underdeveloped features and no hair of any kind. I didn't even think. I just lashed out, and I grabbed a tube, a clear piece of glass or something, and I tried to break off the end to get something sharp to defend myself with. But they didn't try to approach or anything. They just left. They just ran out real fast. There was a corridor outside, and they went to the right, and I went to the left. It was a very narrow corridor, and it was dimly lit everywhere. I went into this room that you could even see the stars back through the wall I just came through. And there was nothing in the room but a chair with some controls and knobs and things. So I heard somebody come in, and I turned around, and it was a man. He wasn't like the other creatures or whatever at all. He looked just like you and I, except he had a helmet on. So I started babbling questions to him, and I ran over there, and he wouldn't answer me. He just took me by the arm and wanted me to go with him. I thought maybe he can't hear me through the helmet. We went out to the door. It was a large room. There was two other UFO looking. They looked like flying saucers, kind of, except they were rounded, an oval shape, and they're really shiny, like chrome. I was led down the hallway and in a room with three other people that were like himself. I sat in a chair, and I tried to get the people to talk to me that were there, and they didn't have things on their head, and so I thought that maybe they could hear me, but they wouldn't answer either. They put a deal over my face. It was kind of like an oxygen mask thing. It was kind of clear plastic. I looked up at the ceiling, which was just, it was all solid light. There wasn't any light fixture or anything. And that was the last I remembered. I went to sleep until I woke up. I was laying on the pavement. I looked up the roadway. It was night, and I could see a light on the bottom of a flying saucer, and it just went straight up really fast, just without a sound. I recognized the roadway, and I could see a light down the hill. I ran down that way, down to the phone booth by the gas station there. I called my brother-in-law. That's the way it happened.
What happened to Travis after we took off in that truck, I can't tell you. You know, I wasn't there. I don't know. But I believe every word Travis said about it. You know, I don't have any doubt in my mind, because like I say, he's never lied to me about nothing.
That procedure was actually quite a major step in the reduction of stress that I was feeling. Yeah, I say reduction, but you know, it was at dangerous levels for months afterwards.
We know that it's possible to confabulate under hypnosis, but it's very important for the hypnotist to put in safeguards to prevent that from happening. And James Harder, Dr. James Harder, was very skilled at doing hypnosis.
The session was taped. It was observed by two psychiatrists, three actually, a whole team of reporters, other researchers, my brother. There was quite a few people present. You know, everything was properly conducted.
There's no reason really to believe that it did not occur the way he recalled it. He had a lot of conscious recall of what had occurred, and he just filled in some of the details.
You have listened to the description that he gave us of his ordeal. What are your comments, your reactions in comparison with past cases?
Well, I was struck by the fact that he described these beings that didn't look quite human. He described them precisely the way another person has described them who had a similar experience. Now, this case has not been published anywhere, and no case like it that I know of has been published, so it's something that Travis could not have read anywhere. And the descriptions are identical.
We have the core experience, and that is what is so important here.
Not too long after the incident happened, you know, many investigators, other than the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, most notably Dr. Jalen Hynek, a number of other people who were very active in the field at the time, who have either passed away or retired from the field. But one person really comes to mind was Stanton Friedman, a nuclear physicist who, you know, takes a very scientific approach to investigation of such things.
My focus is on facts and data and evidence, not on sensationalism. And I haven't had a case citing myself, so I'm not talking about, look at me, look what I saw, look what I did. And I specialize in using archives and places like that. And I think that's important, that as a nuclear physicist, I demonstrate that you can be scientific when dealing with something as kind of off the wall as flying saucers or off the sky.
Stan does his homework, and he does his field work too. He came out there, visited me in my home, spoke to the people involved, investigated the site.
That's what I'm known for. I check on things, and I have what I call a big gray basket. Not black, not white, maybe. People want a yes or a no answer. Do you believe this or don't? I say, I don't know enough in many cases. Somebody tells you a story for 2 minutes and I'm supposed to make a judgment? No, that's not the way we nuclear physicists act. At least this one doesn't.
The true watchdog of truth is someone who advocates objectivity, open-minded examination. You neither accept nor reject until all the evidence has been properly evaluated. And that's all the evidence, pro and con.
No matter what your perception of something is, or your belief, or your opinion, or your speculation, if you want to do the job right, just follow where the evidence takes you. And no matter where it leads you to, no matter what kind of an outcome or result, whether you like the outcome or not, you will always stay credible if you follow the evidence.
The uniqueness of Travis's case is that there's certain aspects you don't see in many other cases. For one, there were several other people who saw him being zapped. It wasn't one man's testimony.
The one witness cases with no physical evidence are pretty easy just to kind of put aside and say, well, I can't say either way. You've got one person telling me a story. Now, when you have 7 people telling you the same story, and those 7 people are all passing on the relevant questions in not just one polygraph, but multiple polygraphs, I don't know of another case. I do not know of any other UFO type of a case that has that much empirical evidence in its favor, just solely based on the polygraph.
Back in those early 70s, there were not too many polygraph examiners in the state of Arizona. And local law enforcement, small agencies, depended upon.
And see, that's the thing that really gets me with this too, you guys, is like you just said, when they're passing on the provocative questions to the polygraph that are like the important questions without fail, passing with flying colors, that what does that say, you guys? Like we've seen in true crime, for instance, we've seen polygraphs taken and we've seen people pass and fail. They're asking like the kind of questions that would really like make you go, okay, and they're passing that, you know, especially.
Well, didn't they also say that it wasn't just like a pass or fail? Like they said that they passed with like
yes
95%.
Yep.
That they were telling the truth. So
yeah, and they even, to set the machine off in certain ways, they asked questions purposely
to throw you off.
Yeah, and they passed down everything, like literally almost. And it's like, and that's every one of these guys, not just Travis. Everybody was standing there. That's why this case has always like floored me, because it's, I mean, I know it's just a polygraph test, you guys, and I know they're not admissible in court, and I know that they can be beat. You're going to tell me every one of these guys has the ability to slow their heart rate to just the right speed to be able to pass this without sweating, without any of that, any drugs or anything. Every one of them did that the exact same way. I'm going to call
right, and they each had multiple polygraphs too.
Yeah, they did that on purpose.
Yeah.
And then
so it's not like they just did it, one time for each person. They've all had several.
Yeah, and then they gave him the one with the 2 of them with the truth serum. It's a chemical induced thing, guys, and he passed it still. And there's just no way to do what they did. There's no way to beat, in my opinion, a polygraph machine. I think they've even taken them recently. I know Travis had even taken more recent ones to prove things in the future that nothing changed. The stories have never changed. Nothing. That is what is so insane about this. I mean, that's what blows my mind. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. And we've had advances in technology when it comes to polygraphs since the 70s as well.
Yeah. And then
they're able to fine tune it a little bit more and be more accurate, and they're still passing them.
I think that even Travis did one under hypnosis and passed that as well, which is crazy to me. And has been put under hypnosis multiple times. So there's just too many yeses, guys, to this, to where it's so hard for me to say no. That's what I'm saying, Paula. There's no way they were lying. So if that's the case, and this is all true, holy shit. You know what I mean? That's why I chose to bring this to you.
And also during the hypnosis sessions, they would have at least 2 psychiatrists in there with them during it,
Oh, yeah.
so that they knew that, because there is a chance with hypnosis that false memories can be implanted.
Of course.
But they had multiple doctors in there to make
They
sure
had
that
reporters,
wasn't
they had
happening.
law enforcement. Yeah, they had a bunch of people in there while he was
Yeah,
hypnotized.
to make
So,
sure that wouldn't happen.
100%, guys. I believe every bit of this. I'm not a believer in aliens I'll say this. I'll say I'm a skeptic, okay? But and you know, and I'm not I know what polygraphs are all about, and I'm not a huge fan of them because they can be beat, but it's hard to believe that every one of these people that took these and multiple at the same time. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Mr. Steve just said, I have no confidence in polygraphs, but details, consistency, and narratives to what end makes me consider if aliens abduct. This is such a case. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that comment.
100%, guys. 100%. I have to stick with this. I'm comfortable sticking with this, you know? Just saying.
Either Phoenix Police Department or Tucson to furnish that type of expertise.
I was a police officer for a number of years, and when the Department of Public Safety was instituted in
The screen's black for us again.
there
Can't
were
see the
certain
video.
things that they were going to
There we go.
furnish in some scientific field, question documents and things like that, and polygraph. They tested several of us, and the outcome was that I was number 1 on the list, and then I was sent to New York to a polygraph school in New York City. This was in the fall of 1971, and I've been doing polygraphs ever since.
Psych Yeltsin, whose opinion was pretty well known and respected as a polygraph examiner. We had used him on other matters, criminal matters and stuff, and always with good results.
We had a meeting of the 6 crew members and the sheriff. Travis's older brother, I think his name was Dwayne, I believe, in the chow hall at the jail. And they finally agreed that they would all submit to this exam. I did tell them briefly what it was like, what was going to be attached to their bodies and why, and gave them some kind of an idea of what they were going to go through during this test.
They came in and talked to us. We got into an argument with them, you know. Some of us have been in trouble with the law before.
I was more scared this day that we came to this courthouse than the day that I seen Travis get zapped. This was the most horrible thing because I just knew that we weren't coming out of this.
There was one young man, he was the youngest of the group, sat over sort of to the side and didn't have much input or anything to say. And from past experience with interrogations and so on, someone like that is more likely to admit that it's a sham or whatever. So he's the one I wanted to choose first, because if it was a sham, it would save a lot of time and effort on my part and everybody else. Steve was his first name, but I don't remember the last name.
I always thought they just took Steve because he was young and the most scared.
You know, I was the first one to take a polygraph test because they thought I was crack.
I usually can get a pretty good idea as I go through the exam to know whether or not the questions are profitable in the sense that he's responding to certain specific questions. And then I would have a conclusive examination. And frankly, when I finished with him, I was quite surprised myself because he was passing the exam.
And we were there until 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And then the guy tried to walk out without letting us know anything. I didn't like that, so I chased him down. And I told him, you know, we have to know.
I tested each one of them down the line, and they all come out on the positive side. They were being truthful to those relevant questions.
5 of them passed. One of them is inconclusive merely because of the person's general nervous tension.
One young guy, I think he was a red-haired fellow. His name was Dallas. That's his last name. And he had been in some minor scrapes or something with the law prior to that. So he was a little bit dubious about taking the exam to start with. He did not cooperate with me at all. They have to cooperate in the sense that they have to sit still, no movement, to listen to the questions, one-word answer, and so on. And he was doing anything he could to disrupt the tracings, which he did, and his test was inconclusive. As far as conclusive examinations of polygraph,
I forgot about that story, but I think they retested him though, and he passed eventually. I think. Don't quote me on that.
He didn't want to, have anything to do with it for a while. He just didn't trust law enforcement,
Yeah,
like,
I
period.
think that
Had a
exactly.
problem with authority. But
Right, but I
yeah,
think down the road they did retest him and he passed. So yeah.
yes,
Thank you, Miss
I
Terry.
believe that's
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Test the fact that the 5 that I did test, and they all come out passing the exam in the way that they did, it would probably eliminate to the most degree that there'd be one lying and get past me. That would be, I think, impossible in itself.
One of the first polygraph examiners to review the case was Edward Gelb, who in 1978 was president of the American Polygraph Association. He came to the conclusion that the possibility of 5 people telling the same story, passing a polygraph test, and not telling the truth would be 1,000,000 to 1.
That's extremely important. There's a lot of controversy about lie detector
Welcome,
tests.
New
Some
England.
people state that an honest person can tell the truth and fail. A sociopath can lie and pass. But it would be extraordinarily difficult for 5 people initially to pass that test. Eventually, the 6th did take the test and pass. And Travis and his brother also passed lie detector test after lie detector test.
If that's not sufficient evidence concerning this UFO incident, what are we doing convicting people and condemning them to death on the basis of less testimony than that?
If you only had the evidence of the polygraph, you still have the most well-documented case in UFO history. We also have the tree growth in the immediate vicinity. In the summer of 2014, we went back to the site to do a field survey. It's been so many years since the original incident that we really did not expect to find anything there. But while we were on the site, a discovery was made.
The calculations show that these trees were producing wood fiber at 30-something times the rate they had in the previous 85 years. Other trees exhibited the same kind of changes, and the effect diminished the farther you got from that spot.
Not only was there an extreme growth rate to some of these trees around the clearing, but it seems that there's also a directionality to them.
I started checking stumps at the 4 corners of the compass and discovered that there was a swelling and a thickening of the growth rings in the direction that the craft had been, and not on its opposite side. That was where the thickness of the rings were at the minimum.
Travis and some of
Thank you,
the
Paul.
original people who did the first surveys had posited that possibly the cell growth was caused by radiation. I took that a step further and did some digging to see if there's been any academic studies done on radiation and tree growth, and I found at least 1 or 2 related to the Chernobyl incident. A university out of Poland did a study in 1997 that found trees that were exposed to radiation after Chernobyl had grown up to 3 times in volume of accelerated growth as compared to previous years. Our field survey and finding this directionality and possible connection to radiation opened a whole lot of new doors that need to be explored. We're really hoping that we can get certain universities that are experts in tree ring growth involved in this to see if we can actually see if there is a connection.
I think it's important for people to recognize, the weight of evidence that these things do happen.
If you go online and look for UFO reports, you will find in North America alone about 12,000 sightings a year. Now, that doesn't mean they're all alien craft, obviously, but there's a lot going on every single day, and people are seeing truly inexplicable things happening.
I mean, how could you possibly believe that we're the only beings in this universe? It's not. There's no way.
We've come a long way in our understanding about the odds of life elsewhere. With 100 billion stars in the Milky Way. Conservatively, if there was only 10 planets per star, we're talking about 1,000 billion planets. Not all of which would be, life supporting, of course, but there's just enough believability, just enough numbers of reports to sort of nudge people in the direction of accepting that we're not alone.
The public is becoming more aware and more accepting that there is life out there in the universe, in our galaxy, in fact, and that life has traveled to our Earth.
At the same time, I'm always careful to say that not everything that's reported is of this nature. I think it is important to retain a degree of healthy skepticism.
I personally have seen at least 3 different objects that I can't explain, doing very unconventional maneuvers in the sky. Does that make me a believer? Do people ask if I'm a skeptic? I don't like those terms because I think everyone should be skeptical.
We need skeptics. We need intelligent people with a skeptical attitude about this because this is a strange field.
But a debunker is someone who is out there to tear people's stories down, to ridicule people, so that the people will either just go away and take their stories with them, or will be forced into a situation where they'll admit that they made it all up, even though they didn't.
4 basic rules for UFO debunkers. Travis has run into all of these. Don't bother me with the facts. My mind's made up. What the public doesn't know, I'm not going to tell them. If you can't attack the data, this is particularly true in Travis's case, attack the people. And do your research by proclamation. Investigation is too much trouble.
You know, it's so funny because I've gone on a lot of times with some debates with some of these debunkers, and you're extraterrestrial. You say, I said, I didn't say it was extraterrestrial. I said, maybe it is. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? All I'm saying is that this is what people saw. This is what was reported. This is what the photographic evidence backs up, radar evidence, whatever it is, whatever particular case it is. You can speculate all you want. It's to figure out what it was. We know what it wasn't.
They begin with the idea that if it's unproven, that's the absolute equivalent of disproven. And, you know, if you think about it, that's pretty absurd.
They know that UFOs aren't real. They absolutely know it is empirical fact. You know, how cool is that?
They will reach and they will stretch and they will find anything that they think will make some kind of sense to somebody as a way of explaining. Their whole job is, we must explain this away.
Certainly one of the most successful propagandists of the second half of the 20th century was Philip Glass. And his area of propagandizing was almost anything strange, but especially UFOs.
He, through the 50s and early 60s, had never read anything on the topic of UFOs, but he had already predetermined that anyone who believed that this had happened was a crank or a kook. Those were two of his favorite words.
He sat in a very privileged position. He was senior avionics editor for Aviation Week and Space Technology, based in Washington, D.C. So the go-to guy for any media people who needed anything.
Class was a man who was extremely well connected. You know, years before the Travis Walton case, Class worked very hard to destroy the reputation of one of America's leading atmospheric physicists, a man named James McDonald, who was a fearless, brilliant, tireless UFO investigator researcher.
To kill the character of people if you couldn't attack their findings was something that Philip became very good at. I think Philip contributed directly to the suicide of Dr. James McDonald, one of the finest and most courageous scientists in the history of trying to get UFOs into the public mindset.
Class also did the same thing with Stanton Friedman. I discovered a letter in the archives, in the Canadian National Archives. When Friedman moved to Canada back in 1979, Class wrote a scandalously scathing, libelous letter to the Canadian National Research Council trying to destroy Friedman's reputation there.
He carried on what I would call a personal vendetta against Travis. He hadn't talked to any of the witnesses during that, or naturally not. That wasn't his style.
There were some rather underhanded tactics being employed, altering quotations to reverse the meaning of things that people said, and even misquote to make it seem that they were saying something they didn't.
Philip Class did contact me, and I took him out to the scene. We spent a day out there. He brought a Geiger counter out with him, and we went to the scene, and he checked it out.
I received a phone call from Philip Glass, and he told me who he was and what he was looking for and information. And he started asking me questions. I had some input with regard to Mr. Glass beforehand. So I asked him if he would just put all the questions and stuff in writing and send it to me. I would be happy to answer his questions. But I never did receive any letters from him.
Philip Glass was extremely thorough in digging. I mean, he called former employers, everything, buddy connected with anything. And here, I am the main person involved. Never attempted to even phone me. Never attempted to write a letter or anything.
So there is no concern with truth or with people's reputations or anything like that. That's the way he was. And I say that I met with him. We've even had some meals together where we agreed not to talk about UFOs, frankly, but most of the time.
What the crew did was get together and sign a joint letter challenging Philip Glass to a new polygraph test that the crew would take. And it would have to be an examiner that was mutually agreed upon, so that that in the aftermath, when we passed, which we would, there could be no criticism that the evidence was tainted in any way. Now, he would have to pay for the test if we passed. We would pay for them if we flunked. So he's got nothing to lose by accepting. He wound up basically not really accepting it because he couldn't back it up.
Phil's approach was very straightforward. You start with the assumption there can't be anything to flying saucers. So every case has a prosaic explanation, he claimed.
He initially stated that Travis Walton must have been out in a cabin in the woods, and that when his brother took him to Phoenix for medical exams, the puncture wound on the backside of his elbow must have been an indication that Travis was injecting LSD.
He knows that Travis didn't have the experience, therefore it must have been something else. And one of his pet theories was Travis and the other men who he was working with had a contract to log a certain amount of lumber over the course of a year.
He settled in on the idea that Mike Rogers was in deep trouble with his contract and he had to invent this story in order to get out of it.
And so they came up with this perfectly rational story of Travis being hit by a beam of light from a UFO. And that's the excuse that they gave for trying to get out of the contract.
That would get us out of the contract, and I get my 10% retention, and everybody get paid, and we can make it through the winter. See, it was wrong on every count, every single count.
I knew that they were having trouble with the contract. I knew that. But you see, I also know that doing something like that is not going to get you out of the contract. It just ain't.
It was a hounding that went so far as to urge a federal criminal investigator to come and try to force Mike to sign a confession. And Mike got written affidavits from the contracting officers from the Forest Service stating clearly that there's absolutely no way that Mike could have benefited and actually was harmed in many ways by this incident having happened.
You know, just like Phil Class when he offered me the $10,000. That was a lot of money back in the 70s.
Steve Pierce, who was the youngest member of the work crew that Travis Walton was on, stated that Philip Class offered him $10,000 in order to say that this was a hoax.
$10,000 is a nice amount of money today. In 1980, that was a really nice chunk of money. And particularly if you're a young guy like Steve Pierce was at the time, who was struggling financially, could have used the money.
He flew, we discovered later, to Texas, tracked Steve down, even though he was operating under his middle name, Jeff, and took him out to dinner and expended a tremendous amount of time and effort and money to try to persuade him to take the $10,000 bribe.
Why would any normal citizen go through jumping through such hoops to get someone to debunk this?
He should have taken the $10,000 and still sold a story. That's what I would have done, because you want to be that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I would have taken it.
Right. You're going to go to that length to try to disprove somebody or something. It's that important to you. I'll take your money, you idiot. 100%. And then I'll use that money to show everybody what a jackass you are and how ignorant you are to put that out there like that. That's just unreal to me that people would go that far to disprove somebody. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to make his point stick that aliens aren't real. It's really sad, guys.
This case. Another thing to consider with Class are the people that he consorted with. Now, one of these was a man named Donald Menzel. Before there was Class, Menzel was America's leading debunker of UFOs. Menzel was an astronomer at Harvard University. Doesn't get any better than that.
A highly respected academic who wrote a number of books under the pose of, a skeptical academic looking at UFOs as misinterpretations of natural phenomena and things.
But there was a secret life to Donald Menzel also that nobody or very few people knew about. Donald Menzel was very well connected to the NSA.
I had to get permission from 3 different people to look at Menzel's papers at Harvard and discovered to my total shock that he wrote Jack Kennedy, President Kennedy, whom he knew because Kennedy had been on the board of overseers at Harvard, and his area of interest was astronomy. There's one area where he may be able to provide special assistance, and that has to do with the very special National Security Agency. And he tells Kennedy, when we are properly cleared to each other, I can tell you more. Which was one of those, what?
Back in the 60s and 70s, the NSA was very much below the radar of this nation. Menzel's wife didn't even know that he was well connected to the NSA. That's how secret this was. But Menzel and Class had a very close correspondence.
Back in the 70s, it suddenly turns out that the CIA was playing footsie with a lot of journalists. They would report to the CIA after attendance at a foreign conference on a regular basis. Big names for major publications. And it was a big scandal at the time. And my feeling is that Phil was the perfect person to be used by the CIA. He wasn't married. He traveled a great deal to conferences. He had a legitimate job for a major publication, very well thought of, Aviation Week. And he could attend conferences and report back what Americans were saying they shouldn't have been saying, what Russians were saying that we'd like to know what they were saying.
Class was able to get op-ed pieces in the New York Times, like no big deal. He was able to get on major media to talk about these cases. No big deal for him. Well, gee, when you think about how difficult that is to do, you've got to be very well connected to do all of those things.
And now that through the Freedom of Information Act, I have come into possession of the FBI investigation of this guy, there's definite evidence that he probably was acting on behalf of some covert agency in attempting to discredit this.
He identified himself to me as U.S. government UFO investigator, Philip Class. And I think he was, and he was the only U.S. government man that appeared on the scene.
I don't believe that anyone turned him into a UFO skeptic, but they certainly were in a position to guide, and they're also finance his efforts.
Here's our slush fund, here's $10,000, and you're going to destroy this case for us. This is a classic mark of an intelligence community operation.
Glass stated in letters that he did not have a very high income. So the money came from somewhere. I don't know if it was a federal agency, if it was a private individual, or what it was, but he was highly motivated.
He was acting as though he had orders to kill this no matter what. You know, if you can't find a chink in the armor, make one.
Exactly.
And that's what he did.
Now let's go a step further. Why would the intelligence community want to debunk the Travis Walton case?
It sounds like science fiction, but you know, you have to acknowledge it would be extremely disruptive for this kind of, you know, total, undeniable truth to be just delivered to the world tomorrow.
People say to me, why doesn't the president or why doesn't our government admit that UFOs are from someplace else? Because they can't, because nobody in the government is willing to come out and say, yes, we're being visited, and we're sorry that we lied to you about it and kept it from you for so many decades, but we felt that we were doing it for your benefit, to protect you, to protect the citizens until we knew more about it.
Disinformation was a very important thing in winning World War II. It was aimed at Hitler and Japan, but we lied intentionally, often, powerfully. That's the way the ball game is played.
So what you find is that you have gatekeepers within the world of the media, you have gatekeepers in the world of academia who, their job, it's like sheepdogs guarding the flock.
And that's also one of the reasons why I don't think that there will be disclosure in my lifetime.
And so many people think, oh no, it wouldn't be that harmful. You know, everybody they know would think this is great, you know, full disclosure. But no, if you look around at the institutions, the financial, religious, social mores that are out there, it would be extremely destructive. I mean, people
exactly,
would
Barbara.
The structure of energy, finance, the whole thing would be turned on its head.
I think every government in the world has three major problems along these lines with regard to UFOs. One, they'd like themselves to figure out how it works because it makes a great weapons delivery system. It makes anything worth flying look pretty naive by comparison. Two, you'd want to make sure that the other guy doesn't figure out how to duplicate their behavior because then you have a defense problem. If he's got something that flies like these things, we got a problem because we can't handle it. And three, perhaps most important, a kind of philosophical political problem. As soon as it becomes obvious to the people on the planet and widely accepted that flying saucers are real and from off the Earth, it's going to be a push for a view of man as Earthlings. The people on this planet, instead of I'm an American or Russian or Chinese, I'm an Earthling. There is no government that wants its citizens to owe their primary allegiance to the planet as opposed to the country. Nobody wants to give up their power.
And that's really how this system works. Now, there are a few brave people who are able to go beyond that. But if you're going to go beyond it, you've got to be brave and you got to be prepared to fight. You got to be prepared to have people like Philip J. Klass go after you if you become too good at it.
I hated Travis for a long time after this because my whole world just tore up, and people thought we were lying, thought we were crazy, and why are you sticking up with Travis for all this time? You know this really didn't happen.
It changed my life in a way. I'm kind of sorry about it. I had to leave here. I wasn't gonna. I can't stand there and have somebody call me a liar.
People were desperate to explain it away, and some of it was just very simply fear-based. People in the community wanted reassurance. This can't happen, can it?
It's a really strong religious community, and this just kind of messed up their whole program. You know what I mean? Their way of thinking about it.
My mom still don't believe it. She thinks this is all from the devil.
You think about how significant it is in our society. The most important thing that ever happens to you that really freaks you out and you don't know how to process it, and now you're not able to talk about it with anyone because you know that they're going to laugh at you, they're going to look at you like you're crazy. Alien abduction, what's wrong with you?
This fear of ridicule encourages people not to report their cases. I check my audiences. I say, how many people here believe they've seen what I would describe as a flying saucer? And the hands go up at first like this, and I point and count 1, 2, 3, 4. By the time I get over there, the hands go up vigorously. 10% of the people in my audiences believe they've seen one. That's a lot. Most of them think they're the only ones there, But then I ask, how many of you reported what you saw? 90% of the hands go down. So that's what we're dealing with. We don't get access to data because people are fearful of ridicule because even though they're believers, they think everybody else isn't.
I've got a younger brother that is really smart, and he works for a college in New York, and he doesn't understand why they pick people like us instead of people like him. You know what I mean? Why would they come to somebody that's It's a redneck. I'm going to say that word on camera.
Redneck?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can say redneck.
A redneck instead of us educated people.
There is some fear, and I think fear is a basis of this, but solely when people don't understand something, it's a natural human tendency to mock. Songs were written about Travis, various forms of ridicule, and I think that if he would tell you was almost, or if not harder, than everything that happened in those few short days that he was gone.
From a psychological perspective, I can't imagine what it would have been like for a young 22-year-old man working out with a logging crew in the woods to have undergone this radically life-changing event.
It's a net negative, you know. We lost our jobs in the immediate aftermath of it, and I'm, you know, definitely got the feeling that, you know, many opportunities that I had in life were forever closed to me on account of having had this happen.
He decides to stay in Snowflake. Everyone knows who he is, what happened to him, and from then on, he's labeled and identified in everything that he does, every job that he goes and gets, every friend and association. So you can imagine his whole self-identity is now related to this abduction.
There were times over the years where I thought, you know, if I could just get this off my back any way I could, not just clam up, but just tell them, oh yeah, we were all drunk that day, you know, even though it's a lame and silly thing to say and it wouldn't fit with any of the facts. The people who were so anxious to hear something like that would latch onto it and leave us alone. But I never did it.
He was somebody I looked up to because he had the courage to speak about this. And my sense hearing him speak was that Travis
Good point,
was not comfortable.
Steve. Good point,
He was
sir.
not having a good time. He felt a sense of responsibility that he had to do this.
Agreed, Paul.
Because it was important and because it was true.
We all have choices. Travis, in my opinion, made the right choice. He came forward.
I give him an A+ rating, if you will, for integrity, for intelligence, for aplomb, being able to handle himself under fire. How he could put up with some of the debunkers, I don't know, because they're nasty. I'm not sure I would be able to.
Travis has withstood that for most of his life now, and as have the other participants in this, and they have all maintained the truthfulness of their story without embellishment all the way through to the present day.
And I admire him and Mike for all the time. I mean, I got away from it, you know. I moved to a place where nobody knew me. And Mike and Travis, you know, they stood there and just kept telling the truth, you know what I mean? And stood up there, you know, like all of us should have done, I guess. He's just one of those people.
Travis became kind of the poster child for people who have had similar experiences. It allowed them to see somebody who's overcome the most intense ridicule and focus that you can in the public eye, and to come out and stand back up and say, look, I did question everything that I kind of knew about, you know, who I was and how I fit into the universe, but I put it back together and I'm okay with it.
And now Steve's doing quite a bit, I guess.
What changed my feelings?
Yeah, because you said you hated Travis for a while after this happened.
We're on tape, dude. My wife and my kids, they told me, you know, you got to forgive Travis what happened. You can't blame him for all this. And they believe that, you know, it's time to heal. You all have a story to tell, and people should be, you know, should know about it. But if you don't come out and tell your story, somebody else is going to tell it for you.
For me to see Travis continue to go out and speak, to reach out to people when he could just kind of brush it aside and say, I don't want to be that guy anymore. I don't want to be known as the guy who's abducted. I just want to forget about it. But instead, he's embraced it. And that speaks very highly of him, because if not to serve him, I think it's helped a lot of other people.
He certainly rose to the occasion. He certainly rose to the occasion and has seemed to meet it every single step along the way. And that, for me, is a mark of fine, extraordinary character, decency, and everything that most good people should be aspiring to and living a decent, contributing life.
There's a degree of responsibility to try to make something good come of it, you know. Certainly I have to accept the bad. So if I can direct what's happened in a way that I can make something good happen in the world, I'm looking for it. This was the road we took on our way to work every day. We'd all meet at like Mike's house. Sometimes he'd go around and pick everybody up. We'd worked on the contract a great deal, and much of it had already been cut, but much of the allotted time had already elapsed. So we were under pressure on a deadline, and we'd extended our working hours to try to get it all done before the snow came. A lot of this drive looks the way it looked back then, but then there's other parts that have been changed by the Rodeo Chetasky fire, which burned up over 500,000 acres of Forest. At that time, it was the biggest recorded fire in Arizona history. We spent so many back-breaking hours improving this forest, and then to have all that work just go up in smoke because of just one little careless moment, 100 miles from here. Turkey Springs contract is pretty much everything on our left, all the way over to that far ridge that's all burned off. And I think there's one more past that was the ridge where we were at that day. Keep an eye out for the wild horses. They like this area. Okay, turn right here on the left. We won't be able to drive all the way up to the site because it's all been closed, but we can walk there now. I'm struggling to come to terms with this, and especially to try to understand or take some meaning, at least personal meaning. After 4 decades, I've come to, a little different take than I had initially. I took extreme exception to what had happened, the fear, the horror of it all. It was only gradually that I just come to realize that they didn't just bring me aboard to do experiments on me or just torment me to see, what pain does to humans or something of that nature. That most likely you can infer that with that amount of energy hitting me, it would have been probably fatal. And that they probably took me aboard in order to revive me, to correct the damage. I don't blame you for doing.
I don't blame Mike for taking off either, because he had all of us others to worry about too.
Yeah.
And if he would have went to my mom's house that night and said that I was zapped by a UFO, my mom would have shot him off the porch.
Yeah. I think they understood that I was getting too close in a way that was putting myself in great danger. They were trying to move the craft a little bit out of range before I got myself hurt, and it was too late. The energy had hit me and damage was done, possibly cardiac arrest or worse. And so these beings were in a position where they could leave a body there, or they had the responsibility, being a part of this accident, to do their best to try to bring me aboard and revive me.
My big theory about what it was all about, that it was a intentional display of the mythology of the Phoenix. The death part of the display was, him getting knocked to the ground like that and making some of the crew members even think he might be dead. Of course, so many other people during the 5 days he was gone thought that he was dead. Figurative rebirth is when they dropped him off right outside of Heber here.
I tried to convince myself that Travis actually was killed, but they picked him up to fix him up, So it had a happy ending to it, you know what I mean? They didn't just pick him up to mess with him, they picked him up to help him.
I'm actually, fortunate if that was the case, that they did so, because the nearest hospital was over an hour away, and none of the crew knew CPR or anything like that.
When you hit the ground, you went funk, and
lamp, huh?
Yeah, you went, you bounced, and then you hit the ground.
When I finally came to rest, was I face up or face down?
He was like this.
Dead man.
Yeah. We saw something go across the sky.
Yeah.
So we thought it was gone.
Yeah, so
we were more worried about coming back and seeing you lying there dead.
Charcoal. Huh?
Yes, there's be nothing left of you. And that was our biggest fear. That
you see the process of this person who was once a very young man, who's now more mature and has had time to reflect on this over his life. And he's still, you really get the sense that he is still trying to process this. What happened to me? Will I ever get closure on it?
I really believe that it was done on purpose, and someday we're going to find out why. First time I came out here to camp, it was restricted. Nobody was, soon after the fire, nobody was supposed to be here. But
did you feel any fear at night?
No.
Not even about bears or anything like that?
No, I was actually in the back of my truck in the camper.
Oh, pretty safe.
wasn't camping out on the ground. But
did you stay up late at night?
No, actually I was drinking a little bit when I guess that helped me through it. Huh?
Oh, I didn't know you'd ever be a drinker. That must have been a phase you were going through, huh?
Yeah.
There have been several times in the last 4 years I thought it would just fade off, like things do, but it hasn't. It's been just the reverse. Travis's name is just known internationally, and my name isn't, I think, but it's in association.
Some of the crew have intimated that they kind of wish that it happened to them. I think, some of it's based on, kind of a wistful desire to have the kind of insight that I've gained from having this experience. Some of it maybe even connected with, the attention that came my way. I'd certainly be happier without it. I've responded, guys, you would not want this to happen to you. I wouldn't wish it off on anybody other than some UFO skeptics. They would be served well by having it happen to them. When you did come, did it refresh your memory to bring the feeling
that we had back then?
Yeah, but it's kind of an invigorating type of thing. It's
It's 11:22.
11:22. Sorry, guys. I always forget about it.
When you did come,
There we go.
did it refresh your memory to like bring the feeling that we had back then?
yeah, but it's kind of an invigorating type of thing. It's times of emotion. You get a little bit of the bad memories of it, parts of it, but it's just a special spot for me. I mean, what an experience.
The skeptics who say, why, if they're really coming here, don't they just land on the White House lawn? Well, they're not going with open contact, and they're not going with total cloaking. So what's going on? I think a conditioning process.
I get email after email, people saying, give me the GPS coordinates. I'm not giving that to nobody except been there.
Here, a big concern was, them starting a fire and burning the place down. It's happened naturally.
Well, that was one concern. I was concerned that people would cut up the trees for souvenirs, and then there'd be nothing to do research on, or even people doing something to try to, cast doubt on things.
We're being gradually conditioned in a way that's the least destructive possible. So I think, in a way, by talking about this, I'm playing a part in that, that people need to come to that realization in a way that they can handle.
When you look at the Travis Walton case, it really is a situation of the more you look, the more you find. It's been 40 years now. You've got a very credible subject in Travis Walton. You've got 6 credible witnesses. You have a situation where the debunkers have tried to throw this out and they failed every single time. It's stood the test of time.
And it was just right at the top of the rise. Cut him in the saddle. In the saddle of these 2 hills coming down. Yeah, it's got to be right in here someplace. Definitely the spot, Travis.
Yeah.
And how does it feel 38 years later, the first time you and Travis hit back?
Yeah, I think he deserves a hug on this day. 38 years, we had that tremendous experience.
It's just, the other day I was talking about this and I said 28 years, and everybody hastened to remind me, no, it was 38 years. It's just incredible to think that much time has gone by.
Yeah.
I tell people, in spite of the fact that I've come to terms with it better and realized that it wasn't as malevolent as I at first thought it was, that even now, I'd rather it never happened,
Travis, what would you like for your future? What would you like to have come of this?
Just acceptance of myself in the future. I have had a lot of offers of people trying to turn it into some kind of a profitable thing, but I have no interest in any of those kind of offers. I just want the truth to be known. I have intentions to cooperate with research, with reputable men that are, genuinely scientifically interested.
Do you wish it had never happened to you?
Well, hindsight, I don't know. What happened.
All right, guys. So there is that. Okay. That's one of the best versions of it that doesn't go into other things, but it's an interesting story, and the facts that are behind it is what is very hard for me to look the other way for. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry, God. But anyway, hold on a minute.
Yeah, just the fact that there were so many people that witnessed everything, so many people involved, their stories never
Stories
changed.
were the
They all
same.
passed polygraphs. They, went under hypnosis.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot. If they were faking it or if it was a hoax, I think that would have come out by now.
Right. Now, I have an interview that came out, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe, I think. And I hope this works too. I wanted you guys to see this. This is a new interview with Travis, and it was kind of interesting to see. Like I said, I can't promise anything because you know how sometimes things go on here. So I'm going to try. And it's a newer, this is with Travis himself. Again, I even actually reached out to him because there's a way to do it. I haven't heard back, which I didn't expect to, but you can't hurt to try. You know what I mean? So, just saying.
Travis, welcome to Third Phase Moon. Thanks for having us over here in Arizona. We're in the location, or close to the location where it all went down. And, there's a lot of people out there that are really fascinated about your story. You're world famous in regards to this phenomenon. But we're going to get into some other things that people might not know about you, Travis. And first off, people want to know what happened prior to this. Were you a believer in UFOs? Did you have any experiences prior? What was your first impression before the event?
I had actually had some sightings before. It's not unusual up in this country because, you live in the out of doors, and it's an area where the skies are clear much of the time.
When you're out here, you kind of feel a presence because a lot of people say they do see strange lights in the skies and strange, experiences in the woods. Have you had any other experiences after this event?
Well, yeah, I did.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's go for a walk, Travis.
All right. My son and I and a girlfriend went to a MUFON meeting. It was held at Burbank, California, Burbank MUFON. And Tracy Torme, the screenwriter on Fire in the Sky, and the head of MUFON both spoke there. And then after it was over, we were headed home, and we saw this light in the distance. It was just coming towards us, and then it was apparent that it was moving extremely fast. When you're watching an airport, a jet airliner come into the airport, they seem like they're barely moving, but if they weren't doing a couple of 100 miles an hour, they'd fall out of the sky. This thing just came so fast, stopped right over the top of us. It was, the closer it got, we could see that it was 3 lights, not one. A light on each corner of this giant triangle, and I mean gigantic. It was unbelievably huge. Stopped right over the top of us. When it stopped, it kind of went like that a little bit. And then the point light.
And one thing I want to give you guys, from the info that I have gained and knowledge I've gained from following stuff like this and researching stuff like this, just out of bare interest, is it's been stated by many people that have had experiences that once they've had one experience, they seem to have others after that. And
they also tend to abduct family members.
Yes.
It can become a generational thing.
Welcome, Victoria and Kano. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's good to see you again. I hope you're having a good night. So that's another theory that goes along with abductees people that have experiences and all that kind of fun stuff. Okay. So it's an interesting thought, you know, when they asked that question, I was like, did you? Then here we are. So, you know, it's one of those things. Hi, Victoria. Hope you're doing well, hon.
Yeah, hey Victoria. It's nice
90
to see you.
degrees.
Say that again, hon.
I was just saying it's nice to see Victoria. I hope she's doing all right.
It is absolutely, absolutely. We appreciate you being in here, Victoria. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us tonight for this. It's great to have you back, dear.
Pointed towards the west, towards the Pacific, and shot off. How could something that big move that fast? I'd have never told anybody, but by the next morning, we found out that there was a website, took 15 other reports, and I'd never even heard of the site, you know, and after having happened to me what did, just an obscure website takes 15 reports, but in a city that size, you can imagine there must have been hundreds of people that saw what we saw.
So we're talking about the Black Triangle, and it's dubbed the TR3B. Some people speculate.
No. I that annoys the hell out of me. That's saying it's a military thing. No way. That's just stupid. This thing, we don't have anything like that. You couldn't keep that kind of a thing secret. It flies faster than anything we have, and it's been around since the 80s. When did we have something like that back then?
So you think the Black Triangle is definitely something otherworldly? And
yeah. I mean, where are you going to park this thing? You're going to have a hangar half a mile wide somewhere? Our enemies have satellites too, and they're watching everything.
It's interesting too, because some people actually state that. Let me ask you, what do you think of the Roswell crash of '47? And do you think that technology has been reverse engineered in present day?
I think that there's been a great deal of technology that was harvested. And all these people are saying, oh, I want disclosure, I want disclosure. They're not thinking, look, our enemies want disclosure too. They would love to know exactly what we have, so they'll know if what they have is superior to what they have. So I am not in favor of disclosure. There's good reasons to keep it secret, because I'm sure our enemies have their own ideas about technology, maybe even recovered different crashes and things of that sort, maybe even shot them down. But
and what are your thoughts, Andy, and anybody? I never thought of that. Like, imagine Russia, Israel, India, Australia, any of these other countries, their interactions with something like this. Can you imagine? Because we're a huge planet. Our skies are broad. They cover the whole planet. Why would we think that just happens in the United States, guys? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd think it would be something that could, like, you know, bring everybody together and unite us over this one thing, but that ain't gonna happen because that's just not how humans are. But I would be very, very shocked if, you know, countries like China and Russia didn't also have some of this technology.
Thank you. That's the whole point of my question.
And we know that, well, I say no, but, like, you know, with my tinfoil hat on, that during World War II, the Germans had some pretty interesting stuff that they were making. You know, the Nazis made some interesting flying contraptions.
Very huge facts. Yes. Thank you. And that's what I'm curious about. Let's say, let's stay in this realm for a little bit, guys. Let's say that people from other countries have been abducted. Okay. Just like Travis claims that he was, and Travis had the experience he had. Russians or people from China or Japan or Germany or France, or any of the European countries, anything like that. Okay, say they have all been abducted. are people from different areas. I got to imagine that people from everywhere have been abducted. Sorry. And is it different for them? Are their experiences all different for the situations? You know what I mean? If we're to be abducted, a lot of people believe that it's to be studied for whatever reasons. Being that we're all different in that aspect, those are the questions that come to my mind. And I don't even smoke marijuana, folks. And those are the deep questions. Okay. Just saying. So it's
well,
interesting.
no, like it does raise a interesting question of, do they do the same experiments on people in other countries as they do here? Are they choosing people because of their race or their heritage or different features that they may have?
Thank you.
Like why these people? Are you studying, what are they studying? Are they trying to study the gene that causes red hair? Or are they studying blood types? Are what's going on? Why?
Exactly. Great point. These are questions I've asked myself. Like, why would I believe that it just happens here? Like, this is a huge planet, folks, and there's so many people. You know what I'm saying? Have facts. And Bobby says, I try to remain open-minded to the possibility. However, whenever there is financial gain involved, movie rights, my skeptical meter goes. No, 100%, Bobby. I'm right there with you, brother. I get that. Because it's what people do. That's another thing I liked about Travis. He didn't want none of that. He didn't ask for none of that. He didn't agree to much of that at all. Other than the movie.
He wrote a book, and I think that's about it.
Yeah, he wrote a book, and then they did the movie, and of course he was what do you call that when somebody's there to help out with it?
Wasn't he an executive producer?
Yeah, well, that, but they bring people in that have these experiences or that, they write these movies about sometimes. Just as somebody I know what the word is, I just can't think of it right now, but they bring them in to be like a liaison to help them. It's not the right word, but to help them with the movie. Consultant. Thank you, Alicia. Yeah. They do that all the time. And that, he didn't really get real. I mean, look at the guy, he still lives in the same place. He still dresses in his Walmart flannel shirts, and he still lives the same way, guys. He didn't become some multimillionaire over this, which he could have. He very well could have, I'm sure. But he didn't. And that is something that's commendable to me.
I'm sure he does like speaking engagements and stuff like that, but he didn't get rich off of it, and he definitely could have.
And he didn't want to. That was the thing. He didn't want to.
He just wanted people to know his story.
That's it. He wanted the truth to be told, and for people to believe him, that he wasn't bullshitting or lighting it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, Victoria. By the way, congrats on the new kitty. What is your kitty's name, by the way? And I'm sorry. I was very sorry to hear about Kano, Victoria. God bless. Very sorry.
Oh, her name's Angel.
Angel. That's sweet. That's very sweet, Victoria. And I hope that you become very good friends with her. Very good.
She's a very cute kitty. She's a very cute kitty.
Is that her in the picture? Is she Siamese? Yes, she is. That's cute. I love Siamese. They're very pretty. Very pretty.
I hear they've got big personalities too.
They do. They're very well, the ones I've seen are very verbal. Just put it that way.
And they're very vocal.
Victoria and Angel. I love it. Very sweet.
I don't think it would be wise to let our enemies know exactly what we don't have and do have, because that's what they would want.
So when you talk about this disclosure that you actually don't want it, is it due to the fact that because it could be too dangerous and the people can't handle the truth? There are things that could be disclosed, maybe like free energy, maybe not these propulsion devices.
With the idea that they're not coming down and landing on the White House lawn, it might be for our benefit, not theirs. They're not afraid of us. They are just trying to exercise the equivalent of the non-interference directive, that any sort of open contact is going to be detrimental to a less developed society.
Is this what they communicated to you? Was there a message when you're taking aboard
I
the craft?
I won't claim it's a message, but I've had 47 years to think about this, and I don't think that it would be beneficial to suddenly have free energy. The world's economy survives on petrodollars. Jerk all that away overnight, and you're going to have economic collapse worldwide, and riots and rebellions and terrible things would happen.
You know, it's interesting, Travis, because your ideology and your thought process on this is quite unique from other people in this field in regards to full disclosure and the power of the petrol. So let me ask you, would it be possible that there would be maybe some kind of disclosure that would
you pause for a second?
Agreed, and then bring.
I just wanted to point out that I think it's really interesting that it seems to be a common theme among abductees and people who have witnessed, UFOs landing and had encounters, is that they're always told or like given almost warnings or messages about how we need to save the environment and about ending war.
And how we're destroying our planet and each other.
Right.
Yeah. It's always come out to be something like that. That's back. That's a good point.
And that's worldwide. I mean, we go back to the case where there was a UFO that landed in a schoolyard in South Africa.
Yep.
And all these children witnessed it, and then they separated the children and had them draw the pictures of, what they saw. All the pictures looked alike, and they asked them all what happened, and they said that they were all telepathically told things about the environment and global warming and saving the planet.
And thus far, it is. And thus far, I don't think I've seen or heard an interaction that was violent. Okay. Which
I've definitely heard of stories where people were, assaulted or whatever, but it does seem like for the most part, we hear about aliens wanting to help.
Peaceful scenarios, yes. I would place cats one level above aliens of things. I don't understand cats aren't. Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. They are definitely different. They are definitely different. That's why we love them. Yeah, no, those are good points, Andy. I gotta say I agree. And it like I said, in most senses, for things I should say, at least in my opinion, the credible situations, which there's very few, to me at least, it's been peaceful for the most part. There hasn't been any talk of like horrible violence. We're taking over your planet and blah, blah. You know what I mean? So,
and it's been messages about remaining peaceful. It's not just that the alien encounters themselves were peaceful. It's the aliens being like, look, you guys need to stop with this war.
Prolonging our
Stop
life.
hurting each other.
Yes, prolonging life. Just saying, folks, think about those things for a minute. It makes you wonder about the ongoing existence, the possibilities of misinterpretation between, and don't take me the wrong way. I'm a very spiritual and God-believing person, but it makes you wonder about the misinterpretation between biblical scenarios and possible extraterrestrial situations that have gone back in hieroglyphical drawings for hundreds of millions of years. You know what I mean? And you gotta wonder. Is this God? Could this be God? Could this be creation?
Are angels and demons just different species of extraterrestrials?
100%. You know what I mean? It could be. I'm not changing the way I feel about religion or anything that way, but it is definitely something that makes you think, at the very least. You know what I mean? And it took me a long time to get to that point, you guys. I'll be honest with you, but true. Just saying.
Bring forth, this free energy where we could put the people out of business that control. So basically, you're saying it's impossible for that to happen.
Well, I'll say this, the people of Earth just aren't ready, and they show it all the time. I mean, look at this. Stan Friedman used to say, what would these advanced beings want to have to do with us? Who our major interest is intertribal warfare, and it's been going on forever, and it's never ceases. These other civilizations fly over and observe us, and it's constant war. Earn it. the technology that they might impart, and immediately there'd be demands for more technology and how to blow up your neighbor a little better.
Absolutely, and that's what this technology and this propulsion seems. That's the danger behind it, because these craft apparently been clocked at moving 30,000 miles an hour and probably much faster, as far as we're aware of. And a lot of this is classified. What makes you think that our government should be in control of disclosure? And is it up to the governments, or is it up to them?
Well, any sort of disclosure that might occur would hinge on what they know. I mean, when they justify looking into the subject, they always use defense notions. This thing is faster than our jets. This thing can invade us. We need to know for that reason. They can't justify going to Congress for money to investigate this on the basis of, boy, it sure would be neat to know this stuff, So they've got to focus in their justifications for looking into it. And so what they know is going to focus mainly on those kinds of issues. The guy comes up to me and he says, Bob, you keep saying you don't see them as hostile. He says, what about these people who are abducted and then they're dissected and you find their body? And I say, give me a name. And he gives me a name. I go, no, not somebody who's saying that happened. I'm giving me the name of a victim. And he gives me another name. I go, no, that's somebody that's telling us that this happened. Give me one name of somebody who was a victim of being dissected and left on the sidewalk.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that there's this thing that's been on the major media for almost 2 years now, saying these things are a threat. We don't know what they are. This technology is far more superior than anything in our private assets. But why do you think they continue to push this threat?
Because that's the only justification for expending government resources to research it. And we've got to see it as a potential threat. Otherwise, why are you stepping outside your bailiwick, So,
well, it seems like the Congress has led everybody to believe that they're going to be opening up this office and they're going to be transparent, but in reality, it's more and more of like the Project Blue Book and anything prior to this new office of total cover-up of this. And the information is not going to be transparent as one may believe.
Well, these may...
And that's one thing I need to put out there. At least it's my opinion on it. We saw the Senate hearings on extraterrestrial, UFO, whatever you want to call it, right? We all saw how that went down. Well, the government has always told us what they want to tell us in every situation, guys. And this is just my opinion, but every situation for any scenario, including the big C, anything we've gone through, they tell us what they tell us. We don't know if that's true. And they're known for telling us what they want to tell us. So, granted, they may have told some things in these Senate hearings, guys, but how do we know that that's really all that it is? How do we know that it's true? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to believe that they're only going to give us what they want to give us, as they've always done. And this is my opinion, folks. I'm not saying that this is fact.
We only know what they want us to know, period.
That's it. That is absolute fact.
We only know what they want us to know. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably so much more to it that we're not going to learn unless there's a leak, an accident, or something happens. That's all I'm saying. Just an idea, guys. Just an idea.
Major sightings have been made for 60, 70 years that we know for sure. And nothing's happened yet. I mean, if they wanted this planet, they could take it overnight. We'd never know what happened. I can think of several ways an advanced technology could get rid of all the humans basically overnight. And that's not happening. So I don't think they're hostile.
Yeah, that's what something. Basically, there's this movie, obviously, Fire in the Sky, based on your abduction experience. But you say Hollywood got it all wrong. You were maybe working on a new movie coming out that tells a true story of what happened without the twist that Hollywood usually puts on this.
Well, I kind of thought that way at the time. I felt, that this was a terrifying experience. And, at first I accepted the idea that I had been fired upon, but I've had a lot of years to think about it. And now I think maybe there's a lot of reasons to think that they were more benevolent than I was aware of. I was just terrified by the pain I was in, the strangeness of these beings, and just the fact that I was returned at all says a lot in their favor.
So you're missing for how many days? Approximately
5 days.
5 days. How long did it feel that you were missing? Like,
I thought it was the same night. I was apparently unconscious most of that time.
There was this scene. Some people are saying that you were in this black goo when you're.
That was Hollywood embellishment. There was no gooey stuff.
Was there any kind of nourishment that you were on the ship, or did you lose weight when you were?
Well, yeah, I did, and that
after 5 days, somebody, the humans could only live without water for like 3 days maximum.
So the medical test, examined my state physiologically, and I was, replenished enough to keep me alive and all that. But I don't remember specifically drinking or eating anything.
What about some of these people that were there during that night? And some have claimed that, this whole story was a hoax. And, I remember something came out last week or about a month ago in regards to this kind of story floating around. And apparently the guy retracted. How do you still keep in touch with these people that?
Yeah, I still keep in touch with them, but it's really hard on them, the survivors. I think John handles it really well, but some of the others get extremely jealous. People rush right by them to talk to me. I mean, they were there too, and had an important role in it. But so I think that's where that comes from. Some of the most ridiculous claims to try to undercut it. Well, we saw what happened to him, but we don't know what happened after that, or some kind of lame way to try to diminish what happened to me so that they can remain center of attention for being a witness. But I think that goes in fits and starts. Strange behavior. If they've got some kind of a claim that it never really happened, I'm going to challenge them to take a lie detector test, that this isn't just made up because they're jealous, because they're not going to be able to do that.
How many lie detector tests have you taken?
I've taken 5 different lie detector tests from the 3 different examiners with years of law enforcement experience. And heck, even Steve, he claims that every time he got a new wife, he'd get a new polygraph because they wouldn't believe him. But
there was this TV show that you're on recently offering $1 million with this. What was that all about? In TV shows, they're pretty much set up to fail for the person trying to win the challenge.
It was rigged. It was totally rigged. Nobody ever passed. And they were being sued by a legitimate polygraph group out of New York City called Global Polygraph. That they were discrediting the whole thing of polygraph because the methods they were using was just completely designed to fail everybody. And
so it was like a setup.
Yeah. And one of the contestants, a woman, who was on there and said, no, I did not cheat on my husband. And they said, oh, but you did. And so she sued him.
Wow. And they're just trying to destroy.
And so they no longer exist because it was just a bogus show to start with. They violated every rule of polygraph. I had the procedure reviewed by the top experts in the field. The global polygraph guy, the head of that group, was the premier expert in the field. He was attacking them and saying there was no way anything that they had said was valid. And also the author of another major textbook on polygraph said that the methods that they were using was just a setup, a guaranteed fail for everybody on the show. I was such a fool to be suckered in.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. How did they approach you?
I just lost my job at the paper mill, making, 20 some bucks an hour. And all of a sudden, along comes this offer. Hey, we'll pay you this huge amount of money. Just sit there and tell the truth. I know I can do that. I mean, if I didn't know that I could, why would I do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd already passed polygraph tests with legitimate law enforcement polygraph examiners. And
well, it's interesting too, because you're not alone in this. It's like you have these people that experienced it, witnessed it with their own eyes of you being taken, and obviously it's traumatizing for them as well. Let me back it up. And after you went missing, well, apparently everybody thought you did, and they blamed your friends as accusing them of murdering you, or for some reason behind the disappearance. And the police officer was the sheriff, I think, was suspicious of them of doing nefarious things to you. But was that portrayed correctly in the movie, or did the sheriff actually believe their stories?
They were suspected of murdering me initially, and some of my family members felt that way. But the longer that the sheriff investigated it, the more believing he became, because every alternative explanation wasn't panning out. And then, of course, after everybody passed the lie detector test, and that really changes things. Some people have the dumbest ideas about polygraph. Oh, all that does is measure stress. Heck, all you got to do is drink a couple of beers, go in there, and you'll pass it. No, you won't. And the polygraph requires you to respond normally to known lie questions, and then alongside the ones that they're interested in the answer of. So tranquilizers and alcohol are not going to make you pass a polygraph test. Well, these people that think they can just, anybody can lie through a polygraph test, they don't work, and stupid stuff like that. It remains a fact that the FBI and the CIA use polygraph to screen their own people.
It's actually a fact, and it is more in depth than what this TV show did. And obviously, there's people out there that want to discredit you, set you up. But the main thing is, you believe 100% that you were abducted, but also there are people that could corroborate this because they were there that witnessed it. But let's get into a little bit more of this experience that you had with the TR3B, because again, that's fascinating. There's a lot of people that...
You could call it that if you want. Call it a giant black triangle. I'll agree with that.
So do you think this is coming in from another
I
solar
do not
system?
think it's TR3B.
Yeah.
That's just something somebody made up to sound knowledgeable and inside loop and all that stuff.
Some people say that these abduction scenarios are government operated, and some of these beings are biologically created by government factions to make it appear that there's abduction going on otherworldly, but in fact it's being controlled by secret government black op projects.
Well, that's one way to explain it, but I can come up with another 10 explanations to say there's nothing. We're alone in the universe. Earth is populated by humans, and there's a trillion planets out there, and they're all empty because we're special.
What makes you special?
Now, that's wackier than the idea that they come here.
Why did they think they singled you out?
I think I made a bad move. I don't think it was their intention. It was just I got too close and was injured.
If you had a second chance, would you do it again?
No, I wouldn't. I'd rather it never happened. But I got out, got too close. I was, kind of showing off for the guys, and I live to regret it, and I still regret it.
There's these health issues that you had prior, apparently, and apparently you think that they were there to medically do some medical work with you because you were damaged by this beam.
Yeah.
And it basically may have killed you.
And I was looking for some sort of side effect in the years afterwards, but I worked 12 hours a day for the next 20 years and never missed a single day's work. Never called in sick one time.
So would you want to visit them again?
Yeah, I thought it would be great if I could have an explanation for things.
You got some.
Can you imagine if they cured anything that was wrong with him or gave him some kind of extra super, I don't know, super healthy type lifestyle or something from what they did?
There's been reports in the past of people who were abducted that had terminal illnesses and then they are brought back and it's cured and the doctors are just like, it's a miracle. We have no idea how that happened.
Yeah, I've heard that kind of stuff too. But can you imagine, guys, somebody having the something out there existing that has the cure for cancer, for terminal cancer, for anything like that, to extend our lives by years or anything. You know what I mean? That's amazingly interesting to me. Which says advanced civilization. This goes into the whole something I was talking about the other day about consciousness levels, and I'll explain that in a minute what I mean. Hey, Wildfire. Extra immunity, yeah. Super immunity to things, agreed, Paula. Something in that sense is it's interesting. I'll just put it that way.
Questions for them?
Yeah.
Was there any kind of communication?
Well, that sighting that I had in after that Burbank MUFON meeting, my son said, Dad, should we pull over and take a picture? And I said, no, keep going. And I was just surprised at myself that I still had that residual fear, because I really wished that we had pulled over and taken a picture, because it was very low and very close.
Well, now let's talk about some of the ramifications of this and what happens after the fact and what people thought of you in this community. Were they afraid to approach you afterwards, thinking maybe this man's nuts?
Well, yeah, they had a tendency to sort of be very standoffish and very skeptical. And some people would come forward and make up stories, Well, when Travis was taken, the doctors found his stomach covered with dirty needle marks where he'd been shooting drugs. This is a lie. The medical doctors that examined me didn't find any such marks. They put blood and urine samples through the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's drug screen. No trace of any drug whatsoever. So, this guy was claiming to be the sheriff's nephew or something. And right off the bat, people on the web were jumping through the errors in his phony case, claiming that we met with the sheriff at the Red Robin Diner. Red Robin Diner didn't exist for another 6 or 8 years, something like that. And he goes, I mean, the Red Onion. There is the Red Onion in Heber, but it too did not exist until about the time the Red Robin came out, long years after this. So it's just somebody trying to get attention and, claim to have an inside story, and they didn't.
What about other people that have experienced abduction scenarios? Do you keep in touch? I'm sure people contact you or would love to talk to you in regards to corroboration of
I do try to keep I'm willing to give support to people who have been through the kinds of things I've been through, but when people say which cases are good and which cases are not, I won't go there. I took great exception to people passing judgment on my case when they didn't have the facts. And so I'm not going to go research these other cases, so I'm not going to pass judgment on them either.
What about this new administration, and again, this new UFO office? Have you been contacted by the government in any government affiliation contacting you for advice?
No one's contacted me, although they probably have plenty of information on me. But I wouldn't mind talking to them, but they haven't contacted me yet.
Do you think we'll ever get disclosure from this new UAP office?
It could happen to a greater extent than has been granted so far, but it's mainly to validate that the phenomenon exists, but still pretend not to have anything of strategic importance, so they don't have to share that. And that's all well and good. It's amazing that if somebody doesn't want to believe something, they'll find a way. I mean, there's a justification for it. And so if they're open to the truth, I'll share it with them. If they don't want to hear it, then no amount of talking is going to change them.
So before we get going, we got one last question. The sun's going down, but it was amazing that we've got to meet with you in the general area of your experience in the thing that basically changed your life forever. Again, it's interesting that there's so many people that see craft in this general area. Do you think this place might be a magnet? Is there some reason?
I think there could be. In that area where we were, has the highest frequency of lightning strikes of any place in the continental United States outside of Florida, the Florida Everglades. And so, basically over land, there's a very high frequency of lightning strikes there. And lightning, when it strikes the ground, forms a unique crystal called fulgurite that is quite rare and might be what they were in the area looking for. But it's, a remote area. It's clear skies. And so I think there's a higher frequency of sightings. And I think a lot of my support that has grown over the years is from law enforcement. They're out late at night, eyes open, trying to be observant, and they're more likely to see things than people said, well, I've never seen anything like that. So, well, do you ever go outside and look up? Then they kind of hedge right there, because being outdoors is definitely a factor. And I've spent a great deal of my life in the outdoors.
Well, Travis, it's been an honor speaking and meeting you. And
that's a good point, Steve. It's a good question.
It's been insightful in hearing your perspective on things. It's not what I expected, and it's actually refreshing to hear different points of view within this community. And again, appreciate you joining us on Third Phase Moon and having the access to ask you some questions.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, Travis, you have a good one, and we'll see you. It's.
And I just played that because it was a newer interview with him just this past year. But Steve, that's a great question.
Yeah,
I wonder if Travis's DNA has been checked for DNA mutation that occurs in astronaut. You gotta wonder.
What happens with astronauts though? Isn't that a mutation that happens because of radiation exposure? So, and that's like over a long period of time. You're not seeing it in the astronauts who just fly up to the space station, stay for a couple days, and then come back.
Yeah, right.
It's people who are there long term, and he was only there for 5 days.
Right. Yeah. No. It's long term.
But if they did experiments on him,
Right.
it would be worth looking into. I'm sure it's been checked, and I'm sure if there were mutations, we wouldn't be told about it.
Right. Now I have something else from the same year. And I just thought it was interesting. Give me 1 second, though.
Does anyone know how far the town of Snowflake is from Phoenix? I'm just wondering because of the whole Phoenix Lights thing that happened in like the 90s, I think it was. So I don't know if they're close, if it's kind of a hot spot, maybe.
Say again?
Oh, I was just wondering if anybody knew how far Snowflake is from Phoenix because of the Phoenix Lights that happened in the 90s, and I didn't know if it was like something to do with the location, if it was some kind of hot spot, if stuff like that happens a lot around there.
Right, yeah, that's a good point, actually. So this is a interview from 1975, the same year that Travis was abducted, allegedly, right? Doodle. Insane Doodle. On we go.
Confronted authorities with a rather bizarre... Last October, in the quiet Mississippi town of Pascagoula, two local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site and of being taken aboard by three unearthly creatures. The two men were questioned under hypnosis and lie detectors, but their story remained intact. One of the men suffered a nervous breakdown and is still under treatment. Among the skeptics were Ralph and Judy Blum, already at work on a UFO book. With W5 last week, Ralph and Judy returned to Pascagoula.
Judy and I stumbled into this book. It came to us to be written. Suddenly, we were in a wave of waves. UFOs were being seen across the country again. We were in what they call a flap. And people began experiencing things that they couldn't explain. Something was happening in our skies in the midst of Watergate, Agnew, the energy crisis, the Middle East. Something was happening and people couldn't understand what it was. We spoke about UFOs, but nobody really knew. And then it hit right here where we are. It hit Pascagoula. Charlie Hickson entered the news and we had a book to write.
Something happened October of 73 that would go down in history. Little did they know there were...
You know, we might as well go home. The fish still wasn't in the river. And the fish still wasn't biting, so I told Calvin, I said, well, you know, we might as well go home. I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound. And when I turned around in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, there was some kind of crab, you know, looked like it's going to come right onto the ground.
Awesome contestant.
But it came on down and hovered about a foot and a half or 2 feet off of the ground. But we didn't know what to do, you know, the river behind us and that out there not knowing what it was. So, and then before we had time to really do anything, it seemed like an opening appeared. Toward the end, it was, you know, toward us. And the blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, you know, approaching the ground, but then they went out. And when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
Sheriff Diamond, can you tell me just what happened that night?
No, sir, I can't. All I can tell you is there was two men came into the sheriff's department approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock. They were all excited, upset, wanting to climb the walls, hysterical, crying. That's actually all I know is what happened. I mean, as far as me seeing what happened, I don't know.
And of course, we could see them in the opening coming from, you know, when they started out the craft. But
Did you think it was people coming out at first?
Well, they had. I kind of thought it was people at first, you know, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life.
What did you see?
Well, they were shorter than me. I'd say about 5'2" or 3", and they didn't have a neck. Their head, it seemed to come directly to their shoulders, and they had something that came out to a point about where a nose would be, and on each side the ears. And I believe that they looked like they were a little longer on the ears than the nose.
But still pointed the ears.
They were still pointing, yes.
But since I was down there, and since I was a physician, and several other scientists and investigators were asked to consult and look into the situation, I was asked if would I mind if I would be present, and I said I wouldn't mind at all. And while it is still very difficult for us to believe that a spaceship landed and that robot type creatures came out and actually took these two people into the spaceship, these men, in my opinion, believe that they saw this and that they were being honest in reporting what they have reported.
But it seemed to me when they came out that doorway, or that opening, or whatever it was, then just almost instantly they were right there on us. And their arms, they had arms, and I saw the arm moving here and in the shoulders, but they had weld. I mean, their fingers were weld, and then they had something like a thumb, and they were like this.
We questioned them at length.
Now, I'm showing this to you guys for two reasons. One, because it's the same year that Travis was abducted, right? And two, because if you just saw that drawing, I have never seen something described as an alien that looked like that before in my life, ever. They've
It
always
looks like
kind
he
of
was wearing some kind of spacesuit.
possibly. If you look at it again, and he just described like robotic creatures, right?
Mm.
Yeah, it looks like it could be some form of a spacesuit, truly. But that is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. And these guys' stories have never changed either, along with their polygraphs. 12-day space flight study had a 2% DNA mutation for what it's worth. Thank you, Steve. Interesting. That's interesting. Very interesting. Thank you, sir. No, Paula, they never changed either. What the hell? Molly, what? Oh, God. Okay. Thank you, dear. You're a trip.
What'd she do? What'd Molly do?
Oh, it was nothing bad. It was just something I said to her, and she acted on it. Nothing. She was drawing pictures. That's all.
Oh.
So this is nothing like anything I ever saw, ever described as alien, guys. We've always seen the same things. That's another thing. It's always been interesting to me. Is almost every description looks almost exactly the same. There's been a few differences here and there, but nothing ever like this. Okay, this really blew my mind. Oh, it was no secret, dude. It was no big deal. She drew something, and I made a joke about it. That's all. But yeah, and I was like, that's a good point, though, Andy. Is it a spacesuit, like their version of something? Because there's no. It's just not. It's unrecognizable. It almost looks like Gumby or something. You know what I mean?
Right. And when you think about it, I mean, scientists here have always said that the other planets in our solar system can't have life because they can't support the type of life that we are familiar with on
Right.
Earth. So if there are beings that are able to survive in those types of environments and different types of atmospheres and all that, then our planet could be toxic to them and they would have to wear some sort of protective gear to visit.
Absolutely. Makes perfect sense. Niles Buckman said Phoenix is 3 hours from Snowflake, roughly, Andy.
Oh, yeah, I know. They looked it up. Molly and Alicia looked it up. It's about 173, 174 miles. So it is fairly close.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to see if there have been other sightings in that area.
Yeah, we're going to that next. Just letting you know. Where we end it. Yeah, we're going to that next. So thank you, Niles. I appreciate that. Molly, I did get the gift. So again, this is interesting. That's why I brought this up. Again, same year. Two guys abducted. The one guy had a nervous breakdown and was still in recovery at this point, but their stories never changed. And the polygraphs that were administered, they beat them both. So it's interesting. That's why I brought this to you. Two separate situations from the same exact year. And then there was this thing too. I couldn't get past this. So On we go.
And their arms, they had arms. And I saw the arms moving here and in the shoulders, but they had weld. I mean, their fingers were weld, and then they had something like a thumb, and they were like this.
We questioned them at length. And then we left the room and recorded every all the conversation they had. Recorded between the two of them. And one of them kept wanting to pray. And he said, after all I went through on this earth, he said, why should I have to see something like this?
Calvin Parker, I was questioning him, and at one time he wanted to climb the wall. That's how nervous and how shook up he was.
They had me one on this arm like this, and on the other one, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height they were off the ground, and we just moved into the craft.
Now inside, how did they lay you out? Do you remember how it happened?
Yes. I didn't see any tables or chairs or anything in there. I'm not saying it wasn't in there because the light was almost blinding, but I didn't see any. And when they carried me inside, they seemed to just lean me back, And this eye, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up in front of me about this close. And it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. And it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving over my entire body.
Thank you, Miss Harris.
When they brought me from the craft along this area here, and they didn't drop me, they just released me back to the ground. And I fell. I don't know why my legs were weak. I don't know why it was the fright or what it was, but I fell onto the ground. And that's when I seen Calvin. He's standing right over here in this area, and he was standing facing the river with his arms outstretched like that, just like he was staring at something.
And tell me about the lie detector test.
Well, so that was run by Pilkington. Was it Pilkington?
Pennington. That they run this type of test about 6 times a day. And when they were asked to come over here to talk to these people, they had in their mind that it was just a big joke. And if I understand it correctly, they ran one test on Mr. Hickson. The machine showed that he was telling the truth. Then they run another one. And then the examiner, he began to wonder himself. So he ran the third test, and he believed just what Mr. Hickson had told him.
Mr. Booth, tell me what happened that night in October.
Well, I got up and had turned off the TV and come to the front door, which you can see right behind me. Just as usual, checking to see if it was locked. So I looked out the window at the top, and that's when I saw this object above the street light out there. So as it caught my eye with the lights was on, I couldn't hear any racket or anything. So I opened the door after a few seconds to step out to see if I could really tell what it was. It just took off.
Can you describe it?
Well, it was round, had lights all the way around it, turning in a counter-clockwise motion. It had a dome on top with a bright light shining out through the top of it. To tell the actual figure of it or anything, you couldn't tell. You could just see the lights and the one on top.
When it happened to Charlie, the creatures, whatever they were, didn't communicate with him. Now, it's enough to say you saw a UFO to give you trouble these days in some towns. To be taken aboard is just a suspect idea. But somehow, if the creatures don't give you a message, you're just a touch less incredible. And Charlie says that what he said and what we wrote about in the book, it was like they had a job to do, and they came and they did it.
I think there has to be a reason why that Calvin and me was picked.
Maybe because you could take it.
Well, it might be. I don't know. I think that they know more of what's going on down here on this earth than we think. And I don't know. They might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that could, you might say, hold up under the strain and convince people that that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world up there.
They were the ones that saw the Pascagoula UFO.
That's our program for this week. W5 will not be seen next week. We're going to repeat CTV's prize-winning inquiry on wiretapping.
The news was so strange back in those days. I swear to God, it's so weird.
I love the little jingle they made for it, though.
I know. What the hell? Wow. Hold on here. 1 second. Nope, can't play that one. Sorry, I thought that was a different version of it. Hold on. There we go. Wait, I think this is it. Hold on. Okay, so this next, what you're about to hear and or see, sorry, there's not much, but is from a U.S. Air Force pilot, soldier per se, but pilot, okay? And this is his interaction with this scenario. I think you guys are crazy with the music thing. I don't know. You're hearing things. Thank you, Ms. Paula. Yes, guys, check out Mr. Steve's channel, if you will, please. The True Crime Web, which is all part of the True Crime Web Foundation with the amazing Mr. Steve in charge of that, guys. So go check it out. Subscribe, like it, share it out. Make sure you hit that notification bell so you don't miss anything that comes out of that amazing channel, if you will. Please and thank you. Thank you, Ms. Paula. Onward and upward. Wait. Wait. Here we go. Okay.
According to some of the witnesses, there was a close encounter of the third kind.
It sounds like a B science fiction movie. It just does, but there they were. And they weren't from here.
These stories are some of the strangest experiences ever described in the UK. We can't tell if they're true, but they are all recounted by ordinary people. Now they are your witnesses.
There wasn't a pigmentation. You just saw a light where? Right in this position here, straight ahead, in between the there it is again.
This unique audio recording is of conversations between US Air Force soldiers and their superiors as they investigate a series of strange lights in the UK's most outstanding and controversial UFO encounter, the Rendlesham incident.
Yeah, it's a strange, small red light. Looks maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out. Still getting a reading on the meter, about 2 clicks.
Over 3 nights, up to 40 US Air Force personnel from bases in Suffolk saw strange lights nearby. There are many conflicting accounts and interpretations of what actually happened in the forest. Even those who believe that something unusual happened do not all agree. Former Airman Larry Warren was one of the witnesses who came forward.
I don't know if you guys have heard this. This is the Rendlesham incident. This is about a U.S. military base that's based out of the UK. So it's mostly American soldiers that were stationed in the UK. And this is what it was. They experienced this you're about to hear, as well as pilots that were up in the air and a ship and so on and so forth. Just, I don't know. I've seen this on a couple different shows, so I didn't know if you guys had heard about it. This is the actual audio from the interview.
December 28, 1980, at that period in time, I was a security policeman at RAF Bentwaters, and I had a secret clearance. I was an airman first class, and I was assigned a D flight. That night, I showed up at 11:30 on the Bentwaters flight line for guard mount. I was in a 5-man group, and I was told to move off into the forest
The big event took place on the night of the 28th and the early morning of the 29th of December. This is when the huge spaceship landed. It was about 30 foot wide and multiple colors, sort of spinning, if you like. And there were about 30 to 40 witnesses in this incident.
I think it's something other than the ground. I think it's something variable.
The first two witnesses that were involved in this incident were told to go out to investigate lights over the forest.
There's no doubt about it. There's some type of strange.
The first thing I saw was a probably 50 foot across diameter, yellowish green translucent object on the ground. It was probably a foot in height. It was attached to the ground. It wasn't hovering above it, but had shape and definition. You could see through it at times periodically, and the lights went from green to yellow mist, is all I can describe it as. It was like a platform, but fluid. Beyond all this was a farmer's house, and there was a light on the second floor. There was a car in the driveway, and there were people probably outside watching this also.
We do have evidence that the first incident took place because we've got the photograph of the landing site. Also, a patrol went out following this and took radiation readings.
Sitting here below with a red flash. We just crossed the creek. Here we go.
On the 29th of December, 2 days after the original sighting, the soldiers took radiation readings and mounted cameras in the area to see if they could make some sort of sense of the situation.
To my right, there was a motion picture camera on a tripod, and someone else had, at that time, a video camera filming everything I'm about to describe.
That night, Larry Warren claims he witnessed alien life forms.
The place of the explosion of light was this triangular structured object that had like a rainbow effect on it. It had boxes and pipes or things on its surface. It looked very heavy. It looked very old. I had this feeling it was this old thing. I don't know why. Time seemed to be at half speed. I wasn't looking at this as a rational, normal person. I don't know how it affected others. There was no heat. There was no sound that I can recall. In fact, everything was almost like in a vacuum.
Weird. It appears to be maybe moving a little bit this way.
Some people ran off, had retreated quite quick. The cameras were filming this the whole while. Some people just stayed in place. We were probably shocked, you know.
The man in charge of the patrol was Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt. Larry Warren remembers the encounter his team had in the forest, as recorded on the U.S. Air Force tape.
Holt's tape actually describes the beginning of this event, as seen from about 200 yards away through the trees, where the red light comes in and then an object or something explodes, and that's what they were seeing in Cape Green through the forest.
Okay, we're looking at the thing. We're probably about 200 to 300 yards away. It looks like an eye winking at you. It's still moving from side to side. And when you put the star scope on it, it sort of has a hollow center, right? Dark center. It's like a pupil of an eye looking at you and winking. Yeah, go ahead north. Okay, here he comes from the south. He's coming toward us now. Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground. This is unreal.
This light came around this blind side of the object. Never saw the back of it. It couldn't move from the area it was in. And inside the light were these, the light diminished in brightness. It was a foot off the ground, and there were what you'd only describe as children at that time. I wasn't the only one that did it. Some other people said I thought these were children. And they had 4.5 feet tall, above the ground, very bright, translucent at points. You couldn't see the lower extremities, but you could clearly see the face, and it wasn't human. But it seemed like it was either a projection, or it was separate from us, or it was protected from us. It was, but it was alive. There was no doubt in my mind the way these things moved, the upper extremities. There was a noise behind us at one point, and the arms on one of these three beings raised almost like this in a defensive posture. It had some kind of equipment around its belt, all three of them. And I mean, it sounds like a B science fiction movie. I mean, it just does, but there they were. They weren't from here at all.
According to some of the witnesses, there was a close encounter of the third kind. There was actually beings. These were translucent. They were almost human looking, but translucent. The witnesses were absolutely in a terrible state. I mean, these are military men.
We see strange strobe-like flashes to the rather sporadic, but there's definitely something there, some kind of phenomenon. 305.
He approached these things. There's been misstatements over the years that there was communication with sign language and all this, like close in the movies. It wasn't. It was definitely a visual standoff. A very uncomfortable one, so it looked, with this phenomenon.
315, now we've got an object about 10 degrees directly south, 10 degrees off the horizon.
Some of the other people looked totally buried, like everything they knew collapsed. It was done.
Now we're observing what appears to be a beam coming down to the ground.
We were called off by our shift supervisor back to the staging area, parking area. And it seemed the lower ranking guys were called off first. So I gladly left. I looked over my shoulder, my left shoulder, as I was going over the rise. And this face-off was still going on this field called Capel Green. And I'll never forget it. And there it was. We got back to the vehicles and left.
We're turning around, heading back toward the base. The object to the south is still beaming down lights to the ground.
The witnesses were believed. They made statements. The British police were also called out where the UFO had landed, and they found 3 indentations in the ground, which were photographed. And remarkably, in 1983, they were sent a copy of a memorandum that was written by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, the very person who went out there with the patrol and investigated this case.
For many years, the truth behind Britain's equivalent to Roswell remained surrounded in secrecy, closely guarded by both the British and US governments. Then, in 1983, after years of campaigning, the US government was forced to release official documents on the incident under the Freedom of Information Act. This controversial report is signed by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, the commander in charge on the night.
This memorandum was sent to the Ministry of Defense, and it really, what it depicts is what happened during that week. It mentions the triangular-shaped craft. It also mentions that Colonel Holt was out there himself at a later date, mentions the radiation readings, and numerous other things. So here we have, for the very first time, an official document to say that this case actually took place.
The Holt memo dated January 13th, 1981, just weeks after these events. As important as it is, on official Air Force letterhead authored by a deputy base commander of a very important NATO air base, describing phenomena that reads like science fiction, all that is good and fine, but the bottom line is, I witnessed it, and it's the biggest story ever told, really, when it gets down to it. If this case was brought into a court of law, the testimony from the witnesses and the evidence that could be brought forward would bring this house of cards down in a matter of hours. And that I stand by.
Over 3 nights in December 1980, a series of strange lights was seen at a US Air Force base near Rendlesham Forest in Suffolk. The lights were investigated by military police, but they could find no explanation for the extraordinary sights. In an official memo written by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, he described his men as reporting seeing strange objects in the woods.
Early in the morning of December 27th, 1980, approximately 0300 hours local, 2 USAF security policemen, the individuals reported seeing a strange glowing object in the forest. The object was described as being metallic in appearance and triangular in shape.
150 feet or more from the initial, I should say, suspected impact point. Having a lift car to get the light on
Itself had a pulsing red light on top and banks of blue light.
Good night, Miss Barbara Hall. I hope you had a wonderful time in here tonight. It was wonderful to have you here as always. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. You get some sleep. Always, 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 Miss Barbara. And thank you for just being you and for being part of this amazing community. We appreciate you so very much. Have a wonderful night, my dear, and God bless.
Good night, Barbara.
Underneath. The object was hovering or on legs. As the patrolman approached the object, it maneuvered through the trees and disappeared.
The next day, according to Holt, the site was checked for evidence of anything unusual.
Next day, 3 depressions, 1.5 inches deep and 7 inches in diameter, were found where the object had been sighted on the ground. Checked for radiation. Beta gamma readings of 0.1 milliroentgens were recorded with peak readings in the 3 depressions and near the center of the triangle formed by the depression.
On the evening of the 3rd day,
That's awesome,
Holt
Walton.
himself reported further sightings of unexplainable lights in the sky.
Sunlight light was seen through the trees. It moved about and pulsed. At one point, it appeared to throw off glowing particles and then broke into 5 separate white objects. The object to the south was visible for 2 or 3 hours and beamed down a stream of light from time to time. Numerous individuals, including the undersigned, witnessed.
Police were called in. After their initial examination, they found nothing significant. They decided that they too could see nothing further to investigate.
Now, the British police were also called out on the night on the time it took place, but they were actually called at 4 a.m. in the morning when it was all over. So what we have now is a police officer who is saying, oh, but there was nothing there when I went out to investigate it. But of course, it was all over by that time.
The official line was that the lights had an innocent, rational explanation, possibly the beam from a nearby lighthouse, but some still think differently.
Throughout the last 20 years, gradually, some of the witnesses have come forward and started to talk about what happened. One of the witnesses was told that what he had seen was the beam from the nearby lighthouse. Now, this is 5 miles in the distance. He said, no, I did not see a lighthouse beam. What I saw was an unidentified craft. They kept on, and in the end, he finally said, okay, it was the beam from the nearby lighthouse. He was so upset about this that when he was returned back to his quarters, he actually thought of going AWOL.
Official reaction from the US Air Force and the UK Ministry of Defence was the same and remains so to this day.
The Ministry of Defence have denied this incident took place. In other words, they just say, oh, it was lights in the sky. It was of no defence significance. No matter how many times people talk about it, no matter how many witnesses come forward, the Ministry of Defence continued to deny that this incident took place.
The Ministry of Defence statement was clear and unambiguous. The lights posed no threat.
The Ministry of Defence examines any reports of unexplained aerial sightings it receives solely to establish whether what was seen might have some defence significance, namely, whether there is any evidence that the United Kingdom's airspace might have been compromised by hostile or unauthorised air activity. The judgment was that there was no indication that a breach of the United Kingdom's air defences had occurred on the nights in question, and no further investigation into the matter was deemed to be necessary.
The government of Great Britain has always said these events were of no defense significance. And I countered that by saying we had the largest backline supply of tactical nuclear weapons, and NATO secretly.
Victoria, that's so unfair and undeserved. I'm so sorry, hon. That's horrible. Poor little guy. Jesus, that's sad. I'm so sorry, hon. I'm glad you got the kitty now, but I know that's not Kano, so, I get it. Again, I'm so sorry. My deepest condolences and my prayers go with you towards little Kano. We're going to miss him too, so just saying. That is so sad, and I'm so sorry.
Housed in East Anglia. These objects were flying with impunity over the weapon storage areas, firing beams of light down to the ground at these hardened weapon storage areas, adversely affecting the ordnance in. That sounds to me like extreme defense significance.
There are actually a number of reasons why the British and American governments would not want to admit that this very powerful incident took place. At that particular time, it was the height of the Cold War. The bases deployed nuclear weapons that we weren't supposed to know about. There was a lot of conflicts going on in the world. But if you actually look back on the historical records on ufology, you will realize that every case is being covered up, including, of course, Roswell.
Not bad. I wouldn't let him near him either, Victoria.
So is this Britain's Roswell? The conspiracy theorists and believers had a field day. Though they don't all agree, they felt they had credible eyewitness evidence of sightings of alien craft. But the Ministry of Defense and US Air Force still maintain that there was no threat to air defenses, even though nuclear weapons were stored nearby.
There could be a whole host of reasons why.
Something I want to point out, you guys, is for years, a lot of the sightings of craft, UFO sightings, or whatever you want to call it, have been centered around nuclear weapons, nuclear facilities. I think during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there were some serious issues that went down, and there were sightings there. There always seems to be, it's not always, but in a lot of senses, when these things happen, some form of whether it be a military base, nuclear power plants, nuclear weapons, they're in that realm of vicinity from where the sightings happen. It's kind of wild, you guys, if you think about it. There was a story told where basically the United States almost went to war, almost hit the button on a nuclear situation. And there were two, I think it was two, or was it three? I think two aircraft that were spotted right in the vicinity of where the launch site would have been for this nuclear weapon. And some kind of something crazy or something like that went haywire. It's a story. I'll have to find it and dig it out. I can't remember where the hell I saw this at. But it was really insane to think about, or is insane to think about the fact that anytime something like this happens, it's very close to this type of a situation or these types of weapons or even, nuclear. The word nuclear is somewhere in there or involved in that. Do you know what I mean? It's just a very interesting theory. And it makes you wonder once again, are they trying to tell us to protect ourselves, to stop trying to hurt ourselves? You got to wonder in some senses if this is happening and it's all true. It makes you wonder is all I'm saying.
We're talking about a cover-up. It could, in its simplest form, be bureaucracy. It could be red tape, and it's nothing more than that. I mean, our own Official Secrets Act here in the UK buries things for years. Some of it is quite trivial, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be released. It's just that that's the way bureaucracy works. Again, it could be that that's the way bureaucracy works regarding the Rendlesham events. Alternatively, it could be that there was no aliens involved at all, that the events in question were something that our own military forces were experimenting with, playing around with, that went wrong. So therefore, there's a reason for hiding this. Military blunders in the past have been hidden for a long, long time. Well, again, if it is an alien presence, who knows the reasons why this may be kept secret.
Amid the many conflicting stories of the Rendlesham incident, whether it was a
I've actually heard
being
that
or
in
other
many
rational
circumstances
explanation,
out there.
Larry
Wildfire.
Warren still believes that he saw alien beings that night.
To the best of my knowledge, Larry's the only one that actually states that aliens were there at the time, were responsible for this. That he physically saw aliens.
That's interesting, Contessa.
Not
Actually,
sure any of the
very
other witnesses
interesting
to
to me.
these events even talk about aliens. But to be fair to Larry, He said on many occasions that if you take Larry Warren out of the whole Rendlesham story, there is still a story there. And he's absolutely 100% correct.
How do I know the truth on these events? I know from firsthand experience, and 23 years later, I'm looking for answers still. I was 19 years old when it happened. I'm in my 40s now, and I'm still looking. And I think everyone else that went through them in their own ways are doing the same thing. I don't know what the great truth of who they were that was there. I know the object I saw was not built in Detroit, and I know the pilots weren't lighthouse keepers. It's to be funny about it, but the explanations, the counter explanations, are more ridiculous than the fact that there was a non-human presence in that forest on the night I was involved, and that was the third night that involved the most participants. I've named them for years, long before this was any part of pop culture at all. And the bottom line is, I wrote a book about this just to set the record straight on what happened to me. And 5 years later, I have never been sued for what I said or naming the people and placing them in the roles they were in at all.
Larry has had some difficulties, however. The US government temporarily suspended his passport, restricting his freedom to travel.
I can look at myself and say that I'm the first person ever to be an alleged whistleblower, and I am a government whistleblower, to have his United States passport suspended officially, which does not happen. Our passports are given to us, and it's a matter of constitutional right, unless you're a convicted felon. I'm not. I had mine suspended for a year, and with the simple reason that I spoke about sensitive defense issues on public soil, and it took a former United States Attorney General under two presidents, Ramsey Clark, to get it back. Now, I can't think of any witness over the last 50, 55 years in this subject that has had repercussions like that.
Getting a definite heat reflection off the tree, about 3 to 4 feet off the ground. Yes, where the same spot is. Same place.
20 years after the event, the Ministry of Defense released documents relating to the Rendlesham incident. But this was not enough to satisfy the believers.
There were more than 150
Wow, that's
documents,
crazy, Contessa.
but there were really only 12 documents that were very important to the case. Most of them were just letters from the public or letters from MPs. I mean, over the years, members of Parliament have asked questions in the House of Lords, but still, the Ministry of Defense denied that this incident was of any defense significance. I had the opportunity to interview Margaret Thatcher in 1997.
Wow.
And of course, Margaret Thatcher was the Prime Minister in 1980 when this incident took place. I talked to her about military personnel, scientists who are now coming forward and talking about their encounters. She turned around and said, "You have to have the facts and you can't tell the people." Now, why can't I tell the people? Why can't the people be told? But if you think about it, does the government know what's going on? I mean, are they able to deal with this? What president or prime minister would want to risk their reputation by standing up and saying, "Yes, we have had contact"?
The minute we tried to mentally keep my friend and I explained the sound was painful, the sound diminished. The sound only returned twice more. Wow, that's crazy, Contessa. Or demon or monster, big for some people before I die. I see demons when I got you, Paula. I'm same person, same thing. I feel the same way. I want to see things. I need to see things to make me believe in certain things. You know what I mean? These are facts. Let me see. All right, this should end it up for the night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mr. Steve, and I appreciate you dropping by, my friend. I hope you enjoyed your stay here tonight. Going to dream about my failure at caring for plants. I understand, sir. Thank you much for your input, sir. We appreciate you very much. Have a wonderful night, you and Mrs. Steve both, and we will see you soon, sir. Have a great night. I think our little Miss Andy passed, probably went to sleep. Poor thing's been sick and she's taking medication. I wouldn't doubt it. And I hope she's comfortable at least. Let me see here. 1 second here. One second. It is absolutely bizarre, Contessa. I agree. All right, guys, this is the last little piece before the end of the night here, and it's just more personal experiences of things that we're seeing and experienced. So, thank you for those of you stick with us just for the end here, and we'll be done soon.
Are real.
It's not a helicopter. There's no propulsion. There's no wings. It rapidly accelerates and disappears. Like
this is technology that doesn't even exist.
UFOs? Any UFOs?
Certainly asked about it.
And?
Can't tell you. Sorry.
If you're like me, then you're going to have a tough time believing what you're about to watch. You may even be inclined to dismiss the people who share their stories. But remember, as humans, we often tend to judge anything that threatens the constructs of our reality. It all started with a casual Netflix recommendation.
Last night, my friend Sky messaged me. She said, watch this one episode of a new show on Netflix called Unsolved Mysteries. Sky is the one who came to me with the Wim Hof documentary idea, so I trust that when she tells me to watch something, that it will be actually good. She said episode 5. All right, let's see what this is about.
And this brilliant, bright aura came around. It was immense, and it was tall.
Whoa.
But it lifted up, and I went over the mountain.
I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you think. I was there. I was there.
Whoa. This is what the episode was about. More than 50 years ago, dozens of residents in the Berkshires in Massachusetts claimed to have had experiences with a UFO. Numerous people from across the county who had never met reported similar details about encounters ranging from seeing a hovering craft to actually being abducted. The most compelling part, however, about all these reports is that they all occurred on the same night, September 1st, 1969. After watching the episode, I felt like I believed the people sharing their stories more than I believed the stories themselves. But accepting these accounts as truth would mean challenging my understanding of our place in the universe. And that resistance made me even more curious. I thought that the only way to get answers for myself is to be the one asking the questions. 2 weeks later, I convinced my most skeptical friend, Thomas Deher, to fly to Massachusetts with me. And lucky for us, our friend and fellow creator, Sky, had just filmed a video investigating UFOs and was ready to join us for the mission. I also knew it would be fun to add our friend Eric to the mix, so I texted him this moments before we took off from LA.
Watch Season 1, Episode 5 of Unsolved Mysteries on Netflix. We'll talk to you when I land. What?
The team assembled in Great Barrington, Massachusetts to meet with Tom Reed, one of the main subjects of the Netflix episode who I had the most questions for. Over the course of the next 3 days, Tom would give us unprecedented access to a story that goes much deeper than we ever anticipated.
The man himself. Yay! How are you, man? How are you, man? That's a nice welcome. Good to see you, man. See you too. Thomas. How you doing? Good, good. Good to see you again. Eric. Good to meet you.
Sky.
Hey, Sky. Nice to meet you.
Oh, we already met?
Yeah. How are you, man? We were left out so much. Yeah? You would not believe. Well, we're hoping to tell. We're hoping to tell the left out parts. All right, you want to take a limo? Let's do it. I'll put it around. Okay, amazing.
I was just paying attention to the briefcase.
See, what the fuck is in the briefcase? I was just staring what's in the briefcase.
This work? Wow. You got that yourself.
The day is off to an amazing start.
I like this a lot.
To kick off day one of our investigation, Tom wanted us to meet some key witnesses to gradually paint the picture of what had happened that night.
So Kevin Titus, we're at his house now. He sealed the governor's citations and the Historical Society's letters and inducted this incident into Massachusetts state history. Going through the 30th District Court and have them sealed by Judge Titus, they could never be rescinded.
Mm-hmm.
So our case will forever be the first case in United States history to be deemed historically true.
Here he is.
Mr. Limousine guy?
Step away from the car, sir.
Okay, let me get my... He's a bit of a cowboy.
This is the property where it happened, what I saw. Yeah, okay. I was about 11 years old. I was over at that house, at the James Dean house, and we were hanging out, and his father asked us to go up.
Welcome, Toby. She says, one of my friend's husbands insists that he was abducted by aliens when he was 8 years old. He lived in Massachusetts at the time. His story was wild, but he only remembered being taken and returned. Do you happen to know what year he was 8 years old in, Toby, by chance? Because if it falls into play with 1969 in this whole scenario right here, that would blow my mind. That's kind of crazy. Hey, Holly. Wow. Yes, it does, Contessa. Copy's amazing. I'm a little bit tired, guys. No big deal, though. I'm just a little. No, it was in the 60s. Well, that's this whole thing. Episode 5 and season 1 of Unsolved Mysteries. I've seen it like 3 times. That's what they got this reference from. Happened in Massachusetts in 1969. A multiple scenarios happened that year in this area. So it's interesting that you said that, Toby. It's crazy, though. Thank you for the input. I appreciate that. It's very interesting. And on we go. Good Lord, Paula. Stop drinking coffee already.
To get the rest of the cows. There were like 20 of them. There were 2 missing. We went through there. We crossed through here. You see where the water is? It's very high now. It's usually very low. You can walk across. When we went up, the first thing I saw was a cow, one of the cows, which was lying on its right side, and the whole stomach had been like, we call it imploded, exploded. I only remember that there was no blood. It was like pinkish fatty material. That's the closest I can think of. Yeah. So I was so upset with the whole pattern. I just ran down and said, Jimmy, I'm getting out of here. And he's like, what are you doing? Well, I was gone before he could finish his sentence. And I ran down this hill as quick as I could. And as we came down and running down the hill, we looked up. But as we're coming down, Jimmy and I both saw it was something very oval and had a really weird light to it. And I thought, well, hell, it could be a helicopter. And as I get into the house, we talked to George and Jimmy's, mom and dad, and we're telling them what we had just seen. They're, of course, saying, what are you kids talking about? You kids are out of your minds. You're making this stuff up. And I go, well, why don't you go look? And as I went in, he looked up, George looked up, his mother looked up, the brothers looked up, and they saw it.
Oh, wow.
They saw it. And whether you believe it or not, that's you. That's up to you. I'm only telling you the facts is I know them over 250, probably more, but I know of at least 250 people. A lot of people didn't know anybody. There's no way they could have made that up. And the same description.
Thank you, Toby.
Area. What do you say?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
We
You guys
watched.
seem to be real excited about it.
We watched that.
I mean, it's something a lot of us wanted to keep quiet, but up here, people think, oh, they're just country folk. They don't know what they're talking about. Hey, look, man, I've been all over the world. I've been in the military. I was in special services.
Yeah.
I've been a police officer. I'm a judge.
Are you
I'm a judge.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't know I was a judge?
I missed that part.
I'm a district justice of the state of Connecticut.
Hey. Wow.
I believe, as my grandfather used to say, you don't try to explain something you can't. You saw it, therefore it was there. Do you know what it was? Who knows? But I know what I saw. You see first. If you get the drone from here and go that way,
and then you can show
I can show you exactly where it is. There's the path. Here's the plateau.
You fun?
Yeah, that's it.
The original documents, front and back, from the state and the governor, which he sealed.
When I signed them and sealed them, I put my name to that stuff. I did the research. I know what's happening. I know the Tommy family. So, yeah. And, of course, part of it happened right over there.
Yep.
This is not just like a normal guy from the town. This is someone who served in the army, who was a police officer. This is someone legit who's got a lot of credibility. After learning that over 250 people had witnessed the event, we were curious about what could have happened with the police records from that night. So we made an appointment with the Sheffield Police to see if we can get to the bottom of it. We're at the Sheffield Police Department, and we're going to ask the head of police here about why he thinks there was no record of the phone calls or what happened back in '69.
Hello. How's it going? How are you? Good. Try to call the number that you guys gave me. The chief's gonna be tied up to the end of his shift.
Okay.
He said tomorrow works. You guys are gonna be around?
You are, huh?
Okay.
As we were about to call it a day, Tom suggested that we talk to a witness who's had the most recent sighting of UFOs just a few months earlier.
So it was May 29th of this year. I could see a light, like a flash, but it was much quicker than like a normal airplane flash.
Is this your first encounter of that sort?
Yes. I'm also really interested in astronomy, so I look up all the time. I know what things look like. I know what satellites look like. I know what Venus looks like. We actually go out and watch the space station when it comes past the house.
I'll pass the phone to Tom and we'll drive to you right now.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're going there now?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, Carrie, Kay.
Welcome. Yeah, freaking out a little.
No, it's all good. Of course. Thank you for having us
Yeah.
at such a short notice.
Yeah,
Appreciate
definitely.
it.
I'll bring you where we were.
Yes, please.
So we were sitting right here with this little fire pit that's over here. I saw the flash over here, right above the fence. It was like a flash, like a camera flash kind of, but smaller. And then the last time it flashed, I had like walked over here because we were looking for it because you couldn't see it in between. So I was looking straight up right here and there's this crazy flash again. And that's when I felt
And like how close are we seeing? Are you seeing it like as you see planes flying in the sky, or
No,
is it?
way closer.
Oh, way closer.
Maybe like 5 barns high, like if that barn was stacked
Okay.
like 5 times. And they just were moving and they made like a circle right here, kind of came together. They were all doing different things, so it was kind of hard to tell what was going on. And then that's when I looked this way and I saw right above the barn here, 3 of them uniformly come together until they were about this close in the sky, but they never touched. And then they went back apart and I watched the one from like the top or the corner go over this way over the ridge, like not over the ridge, but in that direction. And then we lost them all. But
Thank you so much for talking to us.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
When I first watched the Netflix show, the person I empathized with the most was Melanie. Her experience wasn't just limited to seeing something. She actually went missing for a whole night, and in the morning found herself laid back down by this lake.
So this is the lake?
Yeah, this is the lake. Melanie was driving down this with her family on September 1st, 1969. And this...
So this is the road that it happened on?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Amar.
Hi, Melanie.
Nice to meet you. Hi, how's it going, man? Nice to meet you. So yeah, we'll go sit by the lake and do it.
Sure, wherever you want to do it. I don't like coming here at all because it's so traumatic.
I really appreciate you coming with us and agreeing to share your side of the story.
God, we live just a couple of streets over, and we wanted to go to Penny Rock and smoke cigarettes instead, but my parents, they weren't having it. They wanted us to go and have ice cream, so we went to the ice cream shop and got ice cream, and then we came up here. My dad backed up into the parking lot, and we were eating our ice cream, and over there, that's where it came from. First you could see the glow, and my father was like, holy shit. And then it was huge. It covered the whole thing, and he's like, I gotta chase this. And I'm like, no, don't, Dad. But he took off down the road to chase it, and then the only thing I can remember after that was being levitated over on the street. And you can't move when that happens. All you can do is move your eyes. After that, I can remember being on a table in a room, and the room was metallic, like glass, and it had a red-orange aura. I don't remember who was there or if anybody was there. I don't know what happened, what they did to me. And after that, I remember being in another room with a lot of children. There were a lot of children. And then they would just disappear one by one by one. And then I woke up here on the beach, and I had horrible, horrible stomach pains. And my family was gone. My mom and my sister, to this day, they cannot remember how they got home, how they drove home. So I don't know.
But they saw it. Your parents were in the
My parents saw it.
when they saw it, like that, just they.
Oh, my mom was scared to death. I mean, my mom and my dad was fascinated by it. But then after that, they didn't talk about it at all. We were told not to talk about it because people would think you were nuts. Yeah. I was actually locked in the basement by my parents at one point because they didn't want to hear it anymore. I still turn off lights. I blow up computers. I can't go near in my husband's office. He won't let me go in the office. I don't know what the hell they did to me. I really don't. But it's bad. I mean, the girl that works for me, she's witnessed it before. My sinuses are messed up. I still have this buzzing that happens in my ears all the time. My eyes have never been the same since then. I've always had stomach issues. Who wants to shut computers down? And who wants to have issues going through customs? I like to travel. So my health has never been the same.
Why do you choose to speak out about it now and talk about it?
I didn't want to talk about it before. My husband and my sister thought that it would be a good thing for me to do because I had kept it bottled up. So talking about it, you feel better because you realize you're not the only person that this has happened to. You feel like you're not crazy. So don't ever treat people.
Yeah, what she's saying right now is that she walks into a room and lights turn off, or she walks past a computer and it blows up. There's some kind of psycho energy coming from her, according to what she's saying. Just saying, it's kind of weird, but this is definitely a strange experience.
And think they're wacko because you need to investigate because it's cruel to not listen. So believe in yourself. That's what I would say. Yeah.
We really appreciate you coming here. Like, just hearing your story, I had my hair just stand so many times.
You know, this is a big step for me to have me here because I haven't been at Lake Mansfield, I can't tell you, since I haven't stood on the spot since it happened, to be honest with you.
I want to hug you so bad. I got tested yesterday. If that's a concern,
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for getting me to come here. Because this wasn't easy. You know, Netflix couldn't get me to come here. But you got me to come here.
What you said about not discounting people's stories is so big, because I feel personally I've probably heard something like that before and been like, right. Just considering that my framework of truth is the only one that exists, which is obviously wrong, because now, you know, we're being proven wrong. I believe you. Even watching you on the show, that's why we're coming all the way from LA, because I just felt like whatever it is that I saw and how you communicated what you went through was definitely not just like a made up story, or because as you said in the show, there's also no need to live with something for all these years.
That's something I've always thought, Paula. It goes into that whole realm of the missing 411, which is something we're going to be covering on a paranormal night one of these nights. That's coming soon too, just so you know.
That is going to cost so much.
Why would somebody want to make something like that up? I mean, don't you have anything better to do in life? I've got kids, grandchildren. I've got a life. I've got a very busy life.
This is the craziest thing I've ever fucking experienced in my life, because it goes so beyond everything that I ever believed or thought was true.
Take care.
I need to hear what you
I want to hear what Tom thinks. I don't want my reality to be disturbed.
It feels like we're doing a walkthrough through like a movie or a show, and we get to interact with the characters, but this is fucking real life.
Yeah, like you can feel the amount of pain that you had to go through just keeping it for all these years. So buried down and so affecting her subconscious, affecting her physiology, affecting every part of her life.
I didn't realize she had issues. Like, she turns off electricity shit.
After Melanie's interview, we went back to the Sheffield police at the time we agreed on, but were immediately stopped.
Hey, Tom, what's going on? Hey. You got the same way to reach in as I do, unfortunately.
Police chief blew us off. They said he was going to be here from 8:30 to 4, and he completely. I think he's in there. I think that.
Okay, take
went
care.
to the police department and asked where the chief was, and said he'd be back here tomorrow between 8:30 and 4:30. And we come back today, and he's not here. All of a sudden, he's not here till Thursday. And coincidentally, we leave tomorrow on Wednesday.
And no one can contact their own chief of police for some reason.
He rolled up right when we rolled up.
Like, both cops were just there to talk to us the moment we got there.
This chief of police suddenly has like the whole week to himself.
Yeah, he's gone.
We spent the next few hours trying to find answers at the local radio station, which had received dozens of calls on the night of the event.
Like, what do you think happened to the radio recordings?
Okay.
If it's something of that significance that people are.
I really don't know, because I wasn't here in 1969. I was growing up in New York City. I've heard of this when I was growing up in New York City, actually, myself.
Wow.
Although when I was growing up down there, I never set foot in Sheffield, Massachusetts. But now that I'm part of this community, I kind of like to know more about it myself.
Yeah. But no luck. Finally, Tom decided to share his full account with us in a way he never.
Wow, that's interesting. I would love to have a conversation with him, Toby. If you could ever make that happen, that would be amazing. I would really love to bring him in and just have a whole conversation with him about any of that. If he's interested, let him know that we're wide open for it. If he is, just give me the heads up. That's all. Or you can email me through my email address. Yeah, you could just do that if he's interested, of course. There would be no pressure whatsoever. Or if you know your friend would be interested in doing it, if he's not, if she knows the story, if he's not comfortable with it. Either way, we're very comforting in here. We're very welcoming. It's very calm and no drama type stuff, and there would be no pressure. So yeah, ask him if he'd be interested and let me know. Like I said, my email. is right there. And thank you. I appreciate that, Toby, very much so. Again, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate you.
Had before.
One thing we noticed, actually Tristan noticed, is that, you know, the recounting of the event happened at night. Right. Yet they're filming with you guys during the day. We want to do that path. We want to be at the diner, leave the diner, take the route that you're on.
Let's do that.
And then like do it at night and just get to.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
You guys smoke Unsolved Mysteries.
Let's do it.
Yeah. They had a lot of equipment.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Shit.
Take that, Netflix.
Amen, Vincetta.
I don't know if you guys mentioned, I've been in the front seat with him as he's been taking us around all day, and you guys have been in the back. So all of these stories he's told, I've learned within the first.
No, that's understandable, AK. But like I said, that's different day. We're not doing anything that's crime related tonight, AK. So let's stick with that kind of stuff on a different day. That's all. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hour of the day.
Wow.
I also learned about how his mom had a great relationship with all of the kids in this neighborhood, because pretty much every kid saw what Tom and everyone else we met today have seen, and none of their parents supported them. Tom's mom was the only person who supported them, and they would come here and look at her as a mother figure, and she would serve them, give them free quarters for the jukebox and stuff. So she was really like a mother and a leader to this entire town. And he's not going to mention that to you on camera, but I figured I'd want to pay tribute to her.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
That's great.
You nervous to go to?
Huh?
You nervous to go to?
Yeah, I'm kind of fucking scared, dude. Especially because I'm like so in the zone of the camera.
I haven't been able to like.
And all I can hear is his voice, and like I see his eyes because this is so close up.
You're fine, AK. I understand completely. No problem.
My mother was driving home with my grandmother in the passenger seat. I was sitting behind my mother on the driver's side, of course, and my younger brother Matthew was to the right. So we would have made this turn right here. And even to this day, this is a very bumpy road. And as we came up to the bridge, one of the first things my grandmother noticed was that there was an excess of light, which didn't seem to make sense with the headlights of the vehicle, that there was a light coming through the floorboards.
I just want to say, first off, fuck you. Fuck you for bringing me here. God damn it. You kidding me?
So as my family drove through this bridge, one of the first things that my grandmother had mentioned was that there was some odd bleed of light, which I don't know if she knew at the time where the excess light was coming from, but it did not seem to make sense with just the headlights from the car. And so as we came through here, I was in the back seat giving my brother a candy. And my grandmother had turned around in the passenger seat to remind me he was too young for a fireball and he could choke. And when she did, she looked over this way because she was in the passenger seat, so she spun this way, and that she was the first one to spot this white orb or sphere. It was solid, like a slightly illuminated cue ball from a pool table. And it was about 4 times the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, 80 yards from where we are. It was right there. And so we kept going. And as we started to move, it moved also, but behind these lines of trees. Now they're much bigger now than they used to be, but it started going in the direction of us. And so we're kind of fixated on it, right? We're like, right? Because we're only going 15 miles an hour on this. We're going very slowly, and that's going very slowly. Maybe another 20 or 30 feet is about when my brother saw the second sphere. He was the one to notice it because it was on the passenger side of the car, and it was off to the right, and which looked like a sphere that was, like orange. It looked like the sun. It looked like something was moving in it, like in Unsolved Mysteries. I mentioned there was like an ocean wave to it. There was a swirl to it. The orange sphere to our right. Then you had the white sphere that originally would have been more like 7 o'clock, but was now almost 9 o'clock. We stopped right up here at a telephone pole. Yep, there. Oh, it's right there. This is where it gets weird for me. So our car was right here. And this is where we stopped. And at the time, we were still trying to see where this round ball of light was. And if you look off to the left, if you can see the field, that is pretty much where it was. And it looked like a giant turtle shell. And if you go from the tree to the right to the tree to the left, was about how big it was.
Oh, wow.
So it was like a football field.
This whole thing?
Yeah, like from tree to tree, if not larger than that. And it was higher than the tops of those trees. The shell itself, or the skin of it, was putting off odd colors, like an amber, and it just hovered right there. Not a sound, nothing. Next thing we know, the car just engulfs in light. Nothing blinding like a flashlight, just all of a sudden you could see everything, but nothing to make you squint. That stopped and everything kind of went back to normal. And then there was this eruption of katydids and crickets and frogs. And then that's the last thing we remember from the car. So after that, I remember being in like a hangar of some kind, like reminding me of an airplane hangar. I was actually on a cart, and I had slid off this cart onto the floor, or wherever I was. And there was what looked like a fluorescent tube that, was between the ceiling and the wall, and then a space and a tube and a space and a tube. And it was very faint, but it gave me enough light that I could see that wherever I was empty. And then I remember just being like grabbed like this on my left arm, and I was walked maybe 10 yards, 15 yards to an opening where I was taken down this hallway. It was tall walls, it was all white, and I was taken to the left, and then immediately into a room to the right where this wall had bowed in like a round, like a crescent, like a coffee can maybe, how bows in work. And there was a pocket off to the left, an opening to the right. I was placed on this like a table. It reminded me of an autopsy table because it had one pole in the middle of it, and there was this apparatus in the ceiling, something hanging from the ceiling. Then I heard some voices. I heard my mother calling, and my mom's like, yeah, I was screaming for you guys. I don't know where I was. And she was frightened, and I'm like, yeah, I heard voices. I don't know for sure that was my mother, right? But I remember a woman screaming. And my brother remembers what happened to him, but I do have the marks on my arms. My brother had 2 puncture wounds over his thymus gland and behind his ear. It's hard to say what I was hearing. And then I was grabbed again and brought back into this room, and I was placed on this table. This thing lowered over my body. It was a cage that separated in 2 parts. The bottom cage came fairly close to me, but not close enough to hold me in place. And then this second piece came over it, and there were these holes that lined it up on the sides with each other. And there were these packets put on my body that looked like raisins. Big friggin' raisins. And I remember like a whitewash and like shadows behind this whitewash. And I remember being in pain and screaming. That I remember. Not talking about that much either. It was like bubbling hot, boiling water going through my back. And I'm sitting there, And then I felt some bumps to my head. And then I remember being back in the car. From my grandmother's perspective, when she had gotten back in the vehicle or been the first to awaken in the vehicle, our car was off. So she would have been sitting here in almost pure dark, waking up in the driver's seat, and then drove the car all the way back through the bridge to get help at Silks because it was the only spot open at night.
That is the eeriest thing I've ever heard.
I try to make sense of it, but I can't, because one side of me is saying, hey man, you gotta be, that doesn't make sense. And the other side of me is going, yeah, man, he was part of something extraordinary, just accept it. And I'm like struggling with that my whole life, because all I know is that it fucking happened, right? And I was part of something friggin' bizarre, and it changed my life.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, man.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for your interest.
How's that?
Looks good.
Level of detail.
Yeah.
Was not something I was expecting to hear.
My reality was fucking completely violated. It's like I could just feel my own mind inside through what I was hearing, and like I almost just want to like just do this. I'm like, okay, this is too no. No. It's a different story when you're standing next to this human being and you're seeing how his eyes are tearing up when he talks about certain things, and like how vulnerable he truly is and how honest he's trying to be about his experience, and about, again, opening up the floor for anyone who's had an experience like this to just feel safe to talk about it. Holy fuck.
And see, that's something I've struggled with, you guys, too, is when you watch these. Are you here with us, Andy? No, I think she's actually sleeping. When you hear these testimonies to people that have been abducted or had experiences, and they start crying and get highly emotional over it, for somebody to have a made-up situation like that, I find it hard to believe that that person's going to get super emotional and tear up and or start crying and just get so like serious about it. It's hard to believe that they would fake it and be able to do that. Do you know what I mean? That's something I've always said.
Fuck. What does he gain from this? Nothing other than fucking trauma. How do you go back to living your life and having no one believe you and having people get mad at you for saying what happened to you? I mean, I can see why like these people are traumatized.
For our final day in Sheffield, we decided to visit Tom's UFO.
Have a good night, Victoria. God bless you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Is a list of all the people who have donated to the park.
His mission was to create a space for people who had encountered UFOs to share their stories without the fear of being judged.
So yeah, like as someone who lives here, have you ever seen anything? Have you ever experienced anything unusual?
I have actually, and basically, I moved here 10 years ago, and on a few occasions at nighttime, I saw a light, and I could not figure out what it was, and it was a light moving in a weird pattern down, probably a good half mile down towards Boardman Road, which is that road at the end of this dirt lane here. It's hard to explain because it's not, it's just like a round light, like a headlight or something, but one single light, and it just moves in an odd pattern, and it was continuing for a few minutes. I mean, I stood at my window in my bedroom and I just watched it, trying to figure out what it was. Something's going on down here, I imagine.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But anyway, so
thank you.
Who knows?
Thank you.
Peace.
By the way, he literally was just walking through. This is not like a setup interview or anything. He's just walking
my
the
dogs.
Can I pick him up?
Yeah, he'll let you. He's good.
Precious.
You have the sweetest dogs.
As our time in Sheffield was coming to an end, we decided to invite everybody back for one final interview with Jennifer Huberda, a local journalist who's been researching these cases for years. A few conversations in, we were starting to realize that there might be a link of why this place specifically is very active.
The launch pad to go into space.
Can we set? I want
Yeah.
to set this up. This is insane. This is one of the. It just keeps getting.
Wait, what did I miss?
Oh my god! It took us quite a bit to set up for this interview, but as we were setting up, we're basically realizing that this is a conversation happening for the first time, and there are dots being connected in real time as we're filming this. It's both exciting and terrifying because of the stories that you guys are about to hear. It seems like there's another thing at play here, and thank you for giving us your time and agreeing to share.
I've been doing research on the Berkshire's involvement with the space program and the moon launches and the Apollo, Friendship 7 orbiting the Earth, which John Glenn was in, and a lot of parts and the guidance system for that specific capsule was made here in the Berkshires at General Electric. And then the moon landing, both GE and Sprague Electric, which was headquartered in North Adams, were involved in the Apollo projects, but specifically Sprague was asked to make a silicon disc that is sitting now on the moon. It was left by the astronauts when they landed, and it carried messages from 74 heads of state from around the world. And that's an exciting little piece of history, especially if you're from the Berkshires, to know that something that was made here is on the moon. So the Sprague family was contacted by NASA's office in Cambridge. And they asked them to help them develop a silicone disc that would carry messages from heads of state welcoming alien life forms and then giving them information about the Earth to put on the moon.
That disc was basically a calling card with contacts in it.
Right.
And that was left July 16th, which was just about, 6 weeks before the 1969 incident right here in the backyard of where it was made.
Correct.
So that to me is certainly of interest.
Is there a copy of what the actual disc said?
Yes, they actually have the prototype and the first printing in North Adams at the North Adams Museum of History and Science. There's a copy in NASA. I try to find multiple sources, and sometimes something seems really unbelievable, especially here in the Berkshires, but 99% of the time I can verify it. And one way that I did verify that this happened was I actually found, it's called the Sprague log, and this is the actual a copy of the log from their August edition, 1969, where John C. Sprague writes the story of how he got the call, how they put it together, how the messages are 1/200th of the normal size, how the disc is just slightly bigger than a $50.
Where are the dots? Where's those main components? How would you organize that?
Yeah, I think when you have a lot of government-sponsored activity in an area, specifically that deals with like space, and this is where everything was being manufactured, made, and developed, that if there is a higher life form that is watching, looking for what we're doing, they're going to watch here.
You make me feel better about this. It makes me feel better that you've done all of this research, because I've always questioned this. For the longest time, I've questioned it, and you've done the footwork. I mean, I want to cry because it makes me feel like somebody cared. You really cared.
How does our life change from here?
So I think that we all have this type of story wherever we come from. We all kind of look at it skeptically, and we look at the people who tell the story, and we don't know whether or not to believe them. You can apply that to anywhere in our country, in our world, your own hometown, and just start to have a more open mind and look at the people around you a little differently, not look at them through skeptic's eyes, but open up and say, well, could this have happened? Could they be telling me the truth? And I think the more that we become accepting and open to people's experiences, we might not have had that experience or believe in that experience, but we might believe them as an individual.
We were told not to talk about it because people would think you were nuts.
My mother actually, used to take pillows and have me just punch the pillows at her because I had to learn to fight.
I believe, as my grandfather used to say, you don't try to explain something you can't. You saw it, therefore it was there. Do you know what it was? Who knows? But I know what I saw.
My mother, she had it tough. People would follow her home and in trucks. It got really hard for her. Broke her heart.
This is the first time we shared with anything. I didn't report it anywhere. Tom got after me. He's like, you need to put it on, report it. I think for me, the most frustrating part is that this stuff happens. Like, if it wasn't for Tom and the UFO park and everything that's here, I wouldn't be talking to you guys. I wouldn't even be wanting to talk about it because it's a crazy thing when it happens.
What are you hoping people get out of the story?
I think that we as people need to re-examine ourselves, and this is a kind of an examination of who we are. Can we be better? Does the universe ignore us because we're not at their level yet? We haven't reached that height of awareness as a society, as a people.
All right, guys, there you go. I hope you guys enjoyed it tonight or got something out of it. At least I did, very much so. I always enjoy interviews with stuff like this, where the encounters and stuff. And I figured, since we covered Travis Walton tonight, that was about abductions. I figured we would stick to abductions and or experience that could be related to abduction. And so that's what it was basically all about tonight. And there'll be more of this kind of stuff coming down the road for those of you that enjoyed it or are interested in it. Toby, again, if you're interested in that scenario or he would be interested, I would love to have a conversation with him. I'm sure most everybody in here would love to hear what he has to say about that. That goes for anybody. If anybody in here knows of anybody that has had an experience like that, send them this direction. I would definitely love to ask some questions. And that's the problem. Folks hesitate to tell their stories mainly because they fear others will look at them in beliefs that they're lying, call them crazy. You're absolutely right. In this community, that will never happen. This community is all about being open-minded and being accepting. This community is very accepting of all that come into this community. Always has been and always will be. People have the rights to their opinions, their feelings, and their theories, and speaking upon what they have experienced or what they believe in without being attacked. We don't put up with that in here. So anybody that's ever worried about that, please feel comfortable that you'll be very much welcomed and protected as you come into this safe space, I'll call it, in these situations. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I appreciate all your input, guys, very much. Thank you, Toby. I appreciate you very much. Monday through every other day of the week, we cover true crime. Okay. Fridays, we cover what we call paranormal, which relates to anything out of the norm, extraterrestrial, alien, hauntings, all of that kind of stuff. So for the future reference, for those of you that are newer, watching, lurking, maybe, or just newer, understand that's what we do. There's Cap. He was just kind of chilling in here, I guess. Either way, guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hope you guys again enjoyed it in some way, shape, or form. And I hope that we'll see you guys next Friday for it. Other than that, guys, I'll be in here at some point tomorrow to cover something. I hope to see those of you that are into the true crime side of it back in here then. For those of you that popped in tonight that are newer, welcome. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I hope to see you again. And I'd love to see you guys on the other channel as well, if you guys are into that stuff. Other than that, guys, much love to all of you guys. Thank you for supporting the channel the way you do. Yeah, I definitely do. I've been running stuff on that, Victoria. I've been covering Chris's stuff from Mob Crew on Sebastian's case. In fact, my show earlier today was in relation to Sebastian, and it was about some more of the stuff that Chris had put out. So thank you, Victoria, for the recommendation. But we've been doing that for sure. It's great to have you back, by the way, Victoria. Thank you again. Excuse me. We're working on putting together a paranormal channel as a secondary channel to run a couple days a week. There's going to be a couple of us that are running things with it and putting out a lot of this type of stuff on a regular basis. So look forward to that as well. And of course, I'm looking at putting together the other channel in the mornings, or the same channel, but running current events and coffee with Dago. That's going to be something we're looking at doing as a possible morning show to start off the day with. So a few things coming down the path here, guys, if you're interested, and I appreciate the support you guys give all of us in here. So once again, everybody, it's very late. I'm sorry I kept you guys so long, but don't forget, guys, to love yourselves and love each other. Please, guys, don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing. And we absolutely appreciate each and every one of you. Much love to each and every one of you as well, guys. Have an amazing night. Good night. And God bless, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.